Tuloy-tuloy din ang magandang relasyon ng pamahalaan at ang grupong MNLF para sa implementasyon ng 1996 Final Peace Agreement. Ang paglagda ng Clarificatory Implementing Document kasama ang Revolusyonaryong Partidong Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, Revolutionary Proletarian Army, Alex Bongkaya Brigade, Tabara, Paduano Group o Kapatiran ay nakatulong din upang mapabilis ang transformation process ng kanilang grupo. Ang tagumpay ng prosesong pangkapayapaan sa bansa ay kukwento ng mas mahaba sa atin bukas ni Secretary Charlie Galvez. Upang mapangalagaan natin ang kapayapaang ating nakamit, tungkulin din ng aming cluster ang pagpapalakas ng rule of law sa bansa. Nanatiling prioridad ng Duterte administration ang laban sa illegal na droga at kriminalidad. Bilyong halaga ang mga nasabat na illegal na droga at libo-libo na ang nakulong at naparusahan. Patuloy ang pagbaba ng krimen kasabay ng paglilinis sa hanay ng kapulisan kung saan libo na rin ang naparusahan. Inaulit po natin na walang lugar sa serbisyo sa mga taong ito. Ang mas detalyadong pagbabahagi ng ating mga nagawa sa kampanya laban sa illegal na droga at kriminalidad ay gagawin ng mga pinuno ng PDEA at ng Philippine National Police bukas. Sa dako naman ng AFP, tayo ay nagsasagawa ng mga operasyon laban sa New People's Army, NPA, at ibang local terrorists. Nalinis natin ang 56 guerrilla fronts ng NPA, 314 na pinuno at iba pang matataas na kasapi ang ating nasupil. Hindi rin natin hinayaang makapinsala pa ang mga local terrorist groups na ASAYAP, BIFF at Dawla Islamia. Mahigit na 3,000 miyembro ng mga grupong ito ang napatay, nahuli o sumuko sa mga sinasagawang operasyon ng AFP. Marahil isa sa pinakamalaking ginawa natin ay ang pagpapanagot sa mga umatake at naglapastangan sa siyudad ng Marawi noong 2017. Naging matagumpay tayo sa pagpigil sa ISIS na makapagtatag ng kuta sa ating bansa. Hindi po natin kinakalimutan ang mga bayaning nagsakripisyo at nag-alay ng kanilang buhay upang mapalayang muli ang Marawi. Saludo po kami sa inyo. Upang mapalakas pa ang kakayahan ng pamahalaang tugisin ng mga terorista at nagbabantang ulitin ang nangyari sa Marawi, nilagdaan ni Pangulong Duterte ang Anti-Terrorist Act noong 2020. Ang batas na ito ay tiyak na makakatulong sa ating mga law enforcement agencies upang protektahan ang ating mga komunidad laban sa terorismo. Bahagi din ng mga pamana ng ating Pangulo ang Executive Order No. 70 na lumikha ng National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict o NTF-ELCAP na nagbunga ng Whole of Nation approach. Tinutugunan ng NTF-ELCAP ang mga suliraning sinasamantala ng communist terrorist groups sa pamamagitan ng Barangay Development Program o BDP. Sa ilalim ng BDP, ang mga barangay ay mabibigyan ng proyektong katulad ng farm to market roads, eskwelahan, sistemang pangsanitasyon at patubig, istasyong pangkalusugan at programang pangkabuhayan. Dagdag pa rito ang pagtugon sa ibang pangangailangan ng barangay. Upang matulungan ang ating mga kapatid na katutubo, gumawa tayo ng mga komunidad sa iba't ibang rehiyon kung saan sila maaaring mamuhay ng mapayapa at matiwasay. Mahigit 1,000 kaso din ang naisampa laban sa mga miyembro ng Communist Terrorist Group. Bumuo din tayo ng legal working group para imbestigahan ang mga paglabag ng mga Communist Terrorist Group sa international humanitarian law. Pinalakas din natin ang ating reintegration and preventing and countering violent extremism o PCVE programs para sa mga former rebels at former violent extremists. Naging matagumpay ang Task Force Balik-Loob sa pagpapatupad ng Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program o ECLIP. Libo-libo na ang bumalik sa kanilang pamilya upang mamuhay ng mapayapa at maging kasama sa pag-unlad ng bayan. Also, as part of Cluster's strategic goals, we work hard to ensure the welfare of overseas Filipinos. We engage both traditional and non-traditional partners in our pursuit of strengthening international ties and leveraging our relations with other countries. Nagbukas po tayo ng mga bagong embahada at konsulado sa iba't ibang bansa sa Europa, Asia, Africa at Oceania. One of the most significant outcomes of our engagements was with the United States of America on the return of the Balanghiga Bells in December 2018, a fulfillment of the President's promise in his 2017 State of the Nation address. It was a result of our high-level meetings with the U.S. Department of Defense and the culmination of decades of perseverance of government workers and private individuals of our two countries. Ipinagpatuloy din natin ang bilateral consultation mechanisms kasama ang China upang maresolba ang ating mga disputes at magbigay lunas sa ating mga pagkakaiba. As the 2017 ASEAN Chair, the Philippines hosted more than 100 meetings wherein a good number of our outcome documents were either noted, issued, adopted, or signed. The most noteworthy of these is the ASEAN Consensus on the Protection and Promotion of the Rights of Migrant Workers, a landmark document that aims to develop an instrument for cooperation in safeguarding the interests and welfare of the thousands of migrant workers in the region. We also pursued several engagements to strengthen the Philippine economy and advance Philippine economic interests. Ito po ang ating mga pakikipag-ugnayang pang-ekonomiya sa ibang bansa. Bukas ay ibabahagi sa atin ng DFA ang mga pagbabagong ginawa natin para matulungan at mapangalagaan ang ating overseas Filipino workers o OFWs. Institutionalizing an efficient and impartial justice system is another strategic goal being pursued by our cluster. Pinabilis po natin ang pagresolba sa mga kaso under preliminary investigation. Pinataas din natin ang disposition rate ng criminal cases sa ating piskalya. Para naman mabigyan ng libre at agarang legal assistance ang mga mahihirap na kababayan, kumuha po tayo ng mas maraming public attorneys sa buong bansa. Our public attorneys provide legal services to qualified individuals, including the accused and the victims of crimes and abuse. Trabaho din ng aming cluster ang pagpapalakas at pagtatanggol sa karapatang pangtao. To advance the cause of human rights in the country, we signed the United Nations Joint Program on Technical Cooperation and Capacity Building for the Protection and Promotion of Human Rights in the Philippines that's now being implemented by the Department of Justice. In addition to this, the Philippines was re-elected to the Human Rights Council, which it served from 2019 to 2021. Maasahan ninyo na patuloy ang Security, Justice, and Peace Cluster sa pagsuporta sa ating mga kababayan at pagtiyak sa seguridad ng bansa. Ito po ang aming tungkulin, ito po ang aming pamana, ito po ang legasya ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Maraming salamat po at magandang araw sa ating lahat.
Sila yung sumali sa organization nila. Yung sinabi nilang may kapalit po pala yun na hindi po maganda ang layunin.
Ako'y nasa New City PNP talaga sa loob ng 20 years at ang buhay doon ay talagang napakahirap. Nakakapagod, especially sa panahon na hinahabol ka ng mga tropa ng gobyerno.
Kaya lang naman po sila na-convince dahil po dun sa hirap talaga ng buhay dito. Sa hirap din po ng dito, ng aming mga daan po, kailangan po muna maglakad ng 1 hanggang 2 oras para maibenta po yung mga kalakal na inaani po. Kaya po siguro, gustong-gusto po talaga ng mga taga rito na ma-develop yung aming lugar.
Diyan ang pumasok yung 822 barangays natin na binigyan ng 16.46 billion. Ito ay binubuo ng mga farm-to-market roads, electrification, pagtayo ng school buildings, health centers, water and sanitation systems. Meron din mga livelihood programs na binibigay. For so long a time, walang nakarating dyan. Dati nakikita lang nila ang dumadaan dyan ay ang armadong NPA. Ngayon, nakita nila maidudugtong na natin sila sa mga kaluguran.
Ito po yung program po ng Farm to Market Road ng SDBP. O makakarating po na sariwa po yung mga gulay, mga produkto po na inaan. Pagdating naman din po sa peace in order, hindi na po mahihirapan na mag-rescue po sa mga nangangailangan po ng tulong. Saka yung mga tao po kasi dito, talagang hindi na po sila makukumbins ng mga makakaliwang grupo. Akala po, yun po yung makakatulong, pero hindi naman po pala.
Ang tanong ni Presidente sa amin, magkano ba ka tinagagastos para labanan ko mga siguro niyo, sabi ko mga 2 billion a year yan. Ba't natin gagastos sila paglaban sa ibigay na lang natin sa kanila. Ibigay na lang natin sa kanila yung pera. Mas makatipid tayo ng buhay ng mga sundalo at nakatulong pa tayo sa yung mga bumabalik.
Sumuko ako dahil sa nakita ko na napakagandang development sa bansa natin mula ng ubo ang ating Pangulo, si President Rodrigo Roa Duterte noong 2016. Kasi dati-rati nung nasa Kilusan kami, wala kaming pag-aari kahit isa. Ngayon, mayroon na kaming sariling lupa't bahay. Yung anak namin ay naging scholar, natanggap din namin yung livelihood assistance. Nagagawa na namin yung gusto naming gawin na dati-rati ay hindi. Hindi na kami nagtatago. Wala nang habulan. Lumaya kami sa dating kulungan namin doon sa kabundukan. Noon sa loob pa kami ng CPPA, IDF.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Ms. Judith Gandia and Mr. Noel Legaspi.
Isang mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Narito po tayo upang saksihan ang mga pamanang hatid ng ating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Ako po si Judith Gandia, punong barangay ng Barangay Makabod mula sa Rodriguez, Rizal. Ang aming pong barangay ay isa sa pagkaluban ng beneficiary ng Barangay Development Program ng NTF-ELCAC. Ang programang naibigay sa aming barangay ng NTF-ELCAC ay Farm to Market Road na may layong 1.3 kilometrong konkretong kalsada na naglalayong maipamahagi ng ating gobyerno sa mga pangunahing pangangailangan at maiangat ang antas ng pamumuhay ng aking mga kabarangay. Ang aming pong proyekto ay nasimulan po noong October 2021 at natapos po nitong January 2022. Ang programang naibigay po ng NTF-ELCAC sa aming barangay ay ang Farm to Market Road na may layong 1.3 kilometrong konkretong kalsada na naglalayong maipamahagi ang mga pangunahing pangangailangan ng ating gobyerno upang ang mga pangangailangan namin ay ipamabigay sa aming barangay. Ang Farm to Market Road ay nakatulong po sa aming araw-araw na buhay. Ilan sa mga naging halimbawa po ng kontribusyon ng proyektong ito ay ang progreso sa aming komunidad. Ang mga estudyante po na naglalakad sa maputik na daan at lubak-lubak na kalsada upang makarating sa eskwelahan ay may maayos ng tinatak na daan. Ang aming pong kalsada ay malinis at konkreto na po. Mas madali na pong madala ang mga produktong ani, negosyong pangkabuhayan sa mga pamilyahang bayan ng Rodriguez Rizal. At dahil din po sa pagkokongkreto ng aming mga kalsada, ang mga pangunahing serbisyo ng ating lokal na pamahalaan at nasyonal ay madali na rin pong naipamamahagi sa aming barangay. Kaisa po ako ng aking mga kabarangay sa pagpapaabot ng walang humpay na pasasalamat sa ating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte at sa NTF-ELCAC na siyang naging daan at tulay sa pag-unlad at pagkakaisa ng aming komunidad. Mahal naming Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, malugod po namin kayong binabati at binasalamatan sa inyong pamumuno at pamamahala na naging nagbukas sa aming ng panibagong pag-asa sa mga katulad naming nasa malalayong lugar. Muli po, maraming salamat at mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Judith Gandia. And now, please welcome Mr. Noel Legaspi.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Words are not enough to thank PRRD and this government for what he did in our country, in the lives of the Filipino people. By the way, I am Noel Legaspi. I had been in the CPP-NP NDF for 26 years and only surrendered in 2018. And since then, my life of my family enormously changed. Actually, noong 2016, I still clearly remembered what PRD told me when we met sa isang bundok po doon sa North Cotabato. Sinabi niya nung nag-uusap kami, Doy, kasi he called me Doy, no? Yun yung kilala na pangalan ko. Sabi niya, Doy, tapuso na nato ng gera sa Pilipinas, no, in Bisaya. Yeah. Hunungon na nato ang pinatyanay sa Filipino against Filipino. Then, when I surrendered in 2018, we met again in Davao because he called me when he knew that I surrendered in South Cotabato. Then once again, sinabi niya, to the cabinet members nandun present and from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, sabi niya, ampingan ninyo ning tawhana ha, pag dunay mahitabuan manubag yun muna ako. And he also told to the NHA, pag umuuli ni sa ilahang balay, tagainig house and lot. So I still remember those words of PRRD. And actually, after how many months, he did all of those words nga iyahang sulti. So nahitabo sa mua, after few months, NHA came to our house and nagbitbit nagparta to buy a lot. And that was month of April in 2018. And by June of the same year, mayroon na ng mga dumating na pera para itayo yung bahay. So we started to construct our house by month of July in 2018. And aside from the house and lot given to us by the government, my son, our only son, naging scholar ng gobyerno po natin sa kolehiyo. And aside from that, livelihood assistance ay ibinigay sa amin. Actually, kinuwenta ko po from the national government and from local governments of South Cotabato and other provinces of Region 11, including Davao Occidental. Nakatipon po kami ng more or less 700,000 po na cash assistance from the government. And since I have problem with my former comrades,
dahil nga sumuko ako, papatayin nila ako. Our national government, through the Armed Forces of the Philippines, provided us, no, sa family ko, a security detail. No? Kaya ngayon, hanggang ngayon, sinasamahan po ako ng 2 sundalo sa bahay para po hindi ako matira ng mga sparo ng CPP and PA in DF. And aside from that, nagkaroon po ako ng trabaho ngayon sa government. Actually, I am now employed in the government with a regular status. Kaya nga tuwang-tuwa po ako kasi sigurado na po yung kinabukasan, hindi lang po sa akin kung hindi sa anak ko po no, na nag-iisa. And then, of course, binigyan din kami ng, as part no, of our reintegration in the mainstream of Philippine society noong 2018 and 2019, in-expose pa kami dito sa Metro Manila and we were being sent no, in Hong Kong noong 2019 po. No, kasama po ako ng ibang pang mga FRs para makita po namin na mas malawak pala ang mundo. Yung mundo po pala ay hindi maliit at hindi lang nasa bundok, kundi ang mundo po ay talagang napakalawak at ang mga tao sa iba't ibang lipunan ay ano na po, iniwan na po yung mga pakikibaka, armadong pakikibaka. So yun po, no? Kaya medyo mabilis po yung transition ko sa buhay ko para makabalik po sa mainstream ng lipunan. So yun po, and of course, I have legal concerns, no? Kasi I was a cadre before, and tinulungan din po ako ng gobyerno na ayusin no, yung mga legal concerns ko sa pamamagitan po ng pagbibigay ng legal assistance. And of course, I am also thanking our government sa pagpoproseso po ng amnesty, no? Hindi lang po para sa akin, kung hindi sa iba pang mga former rebels na nagkaroon po ng kaso sa iba't ibang korte po natin dito sa ating bansa. And I think yun po lahat yung mga natanggap po naming tulong no, from the government. Pero para po sa akin, those material things and pera na natanggap po namin ay sekundaryo lamang po para sa akin. Ang mas mahalaga po sa akin ngayon ay ako at ang aking pamilya no, ay nagkaroon a family with a home. No? Isang pamilya na may home at ano po, at malaya po sa karahasan ng armadong pakikibaka ng CPP, NPA, NDF. Dahil po dyan, taos puso po akong nagpapasalamat sa ating Pangulo at ikinararangal ko po na ako at ang pamilya ko ay naging bahagi ng Duterte legacy. Yan lang po. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the legacies on security, justice, and peace.
Thank you to our beneficiaries, and once again, we would like to acknowledge our honored guests for today's event, starting off with Her Excellency Ambassador Joharia Wahab of Brunei Embassy. Mr. Kahirul Hazwan Noor, the Deputy Chief of Mission for the Brunei Embassy as well. His Excellency Ambassador Songkan Wangmuninton of the Laos Embassy. His Excellency Ambassador Agus Widjoho of the Indonesian Embassy. Mr. Kusuma Pradopo, Minister Counselor of the Indonesian Embassy. Her Excellency Ambassador Betty Palaso of the Papua New Guinea Embassy. His Excellency Ambassador Huang Huichung of the Vietnamese Embassy. His Excellency Ambassador Ilan Fuz of the Israeli Embassy.
And we also have Ms. Heather Variava, Chargé d'Affaires of the United States Embassy. Ms. Marjorie Gadi, the political section of the U.S. Embassy. His Excellency Ambassador Koshikawa Kazuhiko of the Japanese Embassy. Ms. Masahiro Nakata, Minister for Economic Affairs, Japanese Embassy. Mr. Colin Townsend, Political Counselor of the Canadian Embassy. His Excellency Ambassador Peter Kell of the New Zealand Embassy. Mr. Tim Given, Deputy Chief of Mission of the New Zealand Embassy.
As well as His Excellency Ambassador Marat Pavlov of the Russian Embassy. His Excellency Ambassador Huang Xilian of the Chinese Embassy, Attaché Li Jianzong of the Attaché of the Chinese Embassy, Minister Councilor Yang Wo-Liang of the Chinese Embassy, Councilor Shi Yonghee, also a councilor of the Chinese Embassy, and Mr. Soliman Ali, media researcher, Qatar Embassy. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our luminaries for today's event.
Thank you for being here. Now, JC, you know, of course, infrastructure development is among the most visible and key drivers of our country's economic growth and the improvement of the welfare of society. True to its mandate of providing a comfortable life for every Filipino, the government doubled its efforts in improving the railway, maritime, aviation, and road sectors of the country. To talk about the legacies of infrastructure development, let's give a hand to DPWH Undersecretary and Build Chief Implementer, Emil Sadain.
Thank you, Daphne and JC. Magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, Executive Secretary Salvador Medlia, esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Finance Secretary Carlos Dominguez, Presidential Spokesperson Secretary Martin Anar, Cabinet Secretary Melvin Matibag, Defense Secretary Delphin Lorenzana, DNR Acting Secretary Jim Sampurna, Interior Secretary Eduardo Año, Social Welfare Secretary Rolando Bautista, OPAP Secretary and NTF Chief Implementer Carlos Galvez Jr., Agriculture Secretary William Dar, Human Settlement Secretary Eduardo Del Rosario, TESTA Secretary Isidro La Peña, DPWH Senior Undersecretaries Rafael Yabot, my colleagues in government and partners in the private sectors, esteemed guests, mga kababayan, magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. On behalf of DPWH Secretary Roger Mercado, please allow me to present his report, the accomplishments of the Cabinet Infrastructure Development Cluster. We will make the next few years the golden age of infrastructure in the Philippines to enhance our mobility and connectivity, and therefore spur development growth. In other words, we are going to build, build, and build. Those words embody one of the commitments President Rodrigo Roa Duterte made to the nation in his 24th July 2017 State of the Nation address, and has since become synonymous with the government's infrastructure program, which began in 2016. The Build, Build, Build program was undertaken with an understanding that economic activities cannot be conducted efficiently without adequate infrastructure. The fundamental objective of the Build, Build, Build program is to invest adequately in infrastructure to support and sustain the country's growing economic activities represented by its gross domestic product. The collective efforts of the infrastructure cluster allowed it to meet annual public infrastructure spending targets of at least 5%, from 3.9% of GDP in 2016. Public infrastructure spending peaked at 5.8% in 2021. The achievement is made possible through the efforts of members of the infrastructure clusters. As DPW's Acting Secretary, who is in Infra Cluster Chair, I would like to acknowledge and thank all cluster members for their support in making a better Philippines. The achievements of the cluster are the result of the unending zeal of all personnel from these agencies, so may I request everyone to give it up, virtually or real, for the infrastructure development cluster and every personnel from its member agencies. Spending represents actual physical progress of the various infrastructure projects, programs, and activities implemented by the different members of the cluster since 2016. Today, I have the honor of summarizing these undertakings on behalf of the cluster. Digital connectivity is essential in today's day and age, and importance ways highlighted further amid the COVID-19 pandemic, which limited our physical contact when conducting our activities. In response to this development, the government spearheaded the implementations of the National Broadband Program. The NBP shall provide faster, efficient, and equitable broadband connectivity nationwide, including the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. Overall accomplishment rate of Phase 1 of the NBP is 73.5% as of March 2022. The Luzon bypass infrastructure was handed over to the ICT in November 2021, and its operations and maintenance commenced in February 2022. The free Wi-Fi for all program was mandated by RA 10929, or the Free Internet Access in Public Places Act, signed by President Duterte in 2017. Pursuant to this, the DICT has established 7,977 operational free Wi-Fi sites in public areas nationwide. The National Government Data Center is a program that seeks to improve the government's use of ICT resources in its operations. To date, 4 data center facilities are active, which supports 94 hosted agencies and 26 co-located agencies. Tech 4ED Digital Transformation Centers are places of learning built to improve human resource capacity on the productive use of ICT. Likewise, these centers are shared facilities providing access to ICT-enabled services and contents. As of March 2022, 4,951 centers have been established, with 10 online and offline modules available in the platform. While digital connectivity is important, physical connections still play a huge role in linking various economic activities of the country. Most of physical connectivity infrastructures are in the transportation sector. Underwater transport were upgraded and modernized, including the access roads, to ensure reliable inter-island shipping and connectivity. As of March 2022, 579 commercial social tourism ports were completed. The capacities of existing airports were improved, and new airports were constructed to improve the country's air connectivity. As of March 2022, 248 airport projects were completed. Rail networks were expanded by developing new lines, and efforts were made to ensure that all rail transports will be interconnected both physically and operationally. As of March 2022, 2 major railway projects were completed. The details and the impact of the projects under the transport sector will be further discussed by the Honorable Secretary R. Tugade. Under land transport, the existing road network was expanded and upgraded. The strategic inter-island bridges were given priority to provide alternative modes of transport between major islands, especially in times of disasters. The country's highways and expressways were expanded to pave the way to regional development and eventually decongest highly urbanized areas. The construction of Davao City Bypass Road Project, which includes the country's longest road mountain tunnel, is in full swing. One game-changing project of DPWH is the Luzon Spine Expressway Network Program. Once these projects are completed, travel time from Ilocos to Bicol will be reduced from 20 hours to only 9 hours. Completed projects under this program include the final sections of T-Plex, Plaridel Bypass Road Phase 2, NLEX Harbor Link Segment 10 and CD 10 section,
Skyway Stage 3, and Alabang-Sucat Skyway Extension. Notable accomplishments for the road sector also include the completed road sections of Central Luzon Expressway, Cavite-Laguna Expressway, and Manila-Cavite Toll Expressway project. Under the Duterte administration, 40,080 kilometers of roads were constructed, maintained, widened, upgraded, and rehabilitated. This includes the 3,101 kilometers of tourism roads, 999 kilometers of completed roads leading to industrial and trade corridors, 573 kilometers of access roads that will enhance linkages towards seaports, airports, and railway stations to further augment the logistics, transport, and economic activities in these key transport hubs, and 2,712 kilometers of completed farm-to-market roads, including the farm-to-market roads in Sitio, Hurog, Barangay Jamul Amun, Concepcion, Iloilo. 3 major projects under the Metro Manila Logistics Improvement Program were completed, namely the Estrella Pantaleon Bridge, BGC Ortigas Center Link Road projects, and the recently completed Binondo Intramuros Bridge. The Inter-Island Linkage Mega Bridge Program will provide linkages among the various islands of the countries through the construction of short and long-span bridges. DPWH is fast-tracking the constructions of Pangil Bay Bridge and detailed engineering design of various mega bridges, which include the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge and the upcoming Panay-Guimaras-Negros Island Bridge. Under the Duterte administration, 6,854 bridges were constructed, widened, upgraded, rehabilitated, and strengthened. On top of connecting economic activities both physically and digitally, infrastructures are government means of providing people with basic social services. From 2016 to 2022, highlights of the cluster's achievement in social infrastructures are as follows. 259 projects were completed under Center and Residential Care Facility Program of DSWD. These facilities support the marginalized and disadvantaged individuals and groups. A total of 245 projects that will enhance the capability and readiness of the military and police in providing an environment of peace and security were completed under the TICAS program. Under the Basic Education Facilities Fund program of DepEd, 153,383 school classrooms and 2,315 school workshop buildings were completed. In support to the disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation initiatives, 302 evacuation centers were completed. A total of 7,369 projects were completed under the Health Facilities Enhancement Program of DOH, consistent with the Philippine Health Facility Development Plan. 901 facilities equivalent to 33,236 bed capacity in the We Heal Asuban centers in response to COVID-19, which include facilities for quarantine and isolation patients, lodging of frontline workers, and modular hospitals. With the impact of climate change and increasing frequencies on flooding, the government pursued projects that expanded protected flood-proof areas across the country. As of March 2022, 13,917 flood control projects were completed. The new Clark City Development Project, led by the Bases and Conversion Development Authority, is a long-term strategic decision that will reap dividends in the future. The NCC intends to create a new urban area outside of Metro Manila, supported by adequate infrastructure. Design of development will help address overcrowding issues in congested urban centers and aid in dispersing economic activities and wealth to the areas outside of established economic centers. Providing infrastructure is an unending endeavor, as it should always keep in pace with economic growth and actual events on the ground. Infrastructure are primarily investment for the future, and the achievements of the cluster
under the current administration are by no means the ultimate destination, but these contributions hopefully serve as a foothold from which succeeding administrations to build on. In one of his speeches in 2016, President Duterte explained the rationale behind the composition of his cabinet as follows. So I have assembled a team which I hope could give the service that the Filipino people deserve. Taking a cue from President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, the cluster took to heart that people are the focus and purpose of development. Through the efforts of the infrastructure development cluster, infrastructure will build not to serve as trophies nor testaments to the accomplishments of government, but built to serve the Filipino people and improve their lives. Success of infrastructure development cluster initiatives can only be measured by their positive effect on the lives of the Filipino people, and who better can give insights to these impacts than those directly affected by the projects. Ms. Nimpa Flores is a direct beneficiary of the farm-to-market road at Sitio Hurog, Jamul Awon, Concepcion, Iloilo, that facilitates better access and reduced transport costs in bringing out products and provide residents with better access to social services. After a short ABB, Ms. Nimpa Flores will share her experience with the project. Maraming salamat po.
Ang pangunahing hanap buhay namin dito, ma'am, sa Iloilo ay nagtatanim kami ng palay at saka mais. Nung wala pang farm to market road, ang hirap-hirap talaga. Hindi makalabas ang aming palay. Nangingitim ng mga mais at saka nagtubo na. Nalulugi po kami. Hindi makapasok yung mga bata sa paaralan pag umuulan. Ang hirap-hirap talaga, ma'am.
Yung problema sa development, yung countryside development, hindi po tayo gagawa ng infrastruktura, hindi natin ma-develop yung countryside. Kailangan lagyan natin ng kaya yung buong bansa para mawala din yung poverty sa ibang areas. Kasi siyempre, pag walang connectivity, paano ba makakaroon ng investment kung walang connectivity?
Naging madali ang buhay namin ngayon dahil nasiminto na yung daan. Dati nang hindi pa nasiminto yung aming daan, papunta kami ng bayan, mga 2 oras. Pero ngayon, na siminto na, mga 30 minutes to 50 minutes, may makaabot na kami doon.
Ako si Mark Anthony de la Cruz, isa po sa mga nabigyan ng trabaho po dahil po sa Build program ng Administrasyong Duterte. Sa akin pong palagay, malaking bagay po kasi yung iba po kasi nawalan ng trabaho. Pagka may project po ang DPWH, kahit wala kang pinag-aralan, pwede ka pong pumasok.
Malawak po yung effect ng infrastruktura sa lahat. So, para sa akin, sulit talaga yung investment ng gobyerno sa infrastructure.
Mas mabilis yung travel time. Lalo na sa amin, sa mga bikers kasi may bike lane siya, then maganda pang kuhanan.
Araw-araw po akong dumadaan dito sa Estella Pantalanmaid, naghatid sundo ng mga tao. Nung hindi to bukas, sumabot kami ng 2 hours, umiikot pa kami ng Makati, Ayala. Tapos nung nabuksan na itong bridge na to, alas 20 minutes lang, nasa site na kami.
Napakalaking tulong kasi nung nakarampod dumaan kami dito, may times po talaga na napaka-traffic.
Efficient, effective, and passable. Always
Bali po, nagpapasalamat po ako sa Pangulong Duterte. Sana po yung susunod na administrasyon ituloy po yung ganitong project.
Nagpapasalamat kami sa Build program ng Administrasyon Duterte dahil hanggang sa kaapu-apuhan namin makikinabang sila sa daan nito.
All the way from Iloilo, let us welcome on stage Ms. Nilfa Flores.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Nilfa Flores ng Barangay Hamulawon, Concepcion, Iloilo. Beneficiaryo ng Horog Hamulawon from to Market Road, na isa sa proyekto ng Build program ng Pangulong Duterte na ipinatupad ng Department of Public Works and Highways. Nang wala pa po ang Farm to Market Road ay napakahirap ng aming pamumuhay dito sa aming lugar. Tuwing masama ang panahon, hindi agad makalabas ang aming mga produkto dahil hindi madaanan ang kalsada. Nasisira ang aming mga produkto katulad ng mais at palay dahil napakaputik ng daan at madulas. Madalas, sinakarga lang sa karo na hila-hila ng kalabaw ang aming produkto dahil hindi madaanan ang aming lugar. Nakakaawa din po ang aming mga anak dahil naglalakad lang po sila sa putik para lang makapasok sa paaralan. Madalas may mga putik po pati mga uniform nila. Simula taong 2021, naging maayos na ang aming kalsada dahil sa Farm to Market Road Project. Madali na makapasok sa paaralan ang aming mga anak, lalo na ngayong mabubukas ang klase para sa face-to-face class. Hindi na rin po mapuputikan ang aming mga anak. Ngayon po, kahit anong bagyo, hindi na mahirap ang pagbiyahe ng aming mga produkto dahil narating na ng malalaking truck ang aming lugar. Malaki po ang aking pasasalamat na sa mahigit 30 taon akong naninirahan sa Sitio Horog. Sa wakas, nakonkrita na rin ang aming mga kalsada. Malaki din po ang benepisyo ng proyekto sa aming pamilya dahil nagkaroon po ng trabaho ang aking asawa dahil sa construction sa kalsada. Sa po siya na naging trabahante ng proyekto, malaki po ang naitulong ng kanyang sahod bilang construction worker sa aming araw-araw na gastusin. Nagkaroon po siya ng trabaho dahil sa Build program ng gobyerno. Ako po at ang aking buong pamilya ay isang nagpatunay na naging magaan ang aming buhay dahil sa mga infrastruktura na ipinatupad ng ating pamahalaan. Maraming salamat po sa ating Pangulong Duterte dahil naging maginhawa ang aming buhay sa ang sulok ng bansa, abot at ramdam ng ang serbisyo ng ating gobyerno. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flores. Once again, we would like to acknowledge our distinguished guests, His Excellency Ambassador Songkhan Wangninton of the Embassy of Laos, Mr. Peter Wright, our political officer for the Canadian Embassy, and our Finance Secretary, Mr. Carlos Dominguez. Give a big round of applause to our luminaries for this event. Presented to you have been the legacies on infrastructure development. Build, a campaign initiated through President Duterte's commitment in propping up the economy, creating more jobs, easing congestion in Metro Manila, and increasing infrastructure developments. With the numerous inaugurations nationwide of the infrastructure projects, the Philippines has well achieved what is dubbed as the golden age of infrastructure. To talk about the legacies of Build on transportation, let us give a hand to the Department of Transportation Secretary Arthur Tugado.
At the very outset, allow me to inform you that under normal circumstances, I have a loud and a booming voice. But at this point in time, I think I have lost a portion of that voice. So that if in the course of my presentation, I stop and cough, please be patient and be assured that the coughing and the pausing has nothing to do with COVID-19. Earlier this morning, I got the result of my RT-PCR. I had antigens, and be assured that I had a negative findings. Having said that, allow me to greet all the dignitaries present today, my fellow Filipinos, my fellow servants in government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Make the Filipino life comfortable and convenient. This was the mandate of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte when we assumed responsibility some years ago. This mandate was very simple, easy to understand, but fraught with implications and lot of challenges. Especially because when we assumed office some 6 years ago, there were 4 realities we had to reckon with. Reality number 1, that the Philippines is delayed 50 years, 50, in terms of infrastructure development. Number 2, that the Philippines is an archipelago consisting of many multiple islands. There are more waters than road. Reality number 3, in order to have comfortable and convenient life, there's got to be mobility and connectivity. Equate that with us being an archipelagic nation, and indeed, that is not easy to handle. And number 4 reality, when we assumed 6 years ago, there were very minimal and minor irritants that can really take the nerve out of you. And so therefore, because of these 4 realities, the Department of Transportation, when it assumed responsibility, had to undertake plans and actions that is directing itself, number 1, to small hanging fruits, number 2, to medium-term plans, and number 3, to long-term plans. Having said this, let us take a look on the low-hanging fruits. Many of you in the audience, especially my fellow Filipinos, is aware and very much aware of what has been happening then. You know, there is such a thing as laglag bala. There was a thing as bukas bagahe at the airport. This was very irritating, as it was very challenging, as it was very discouraging for the traveling public, local and foreigners, together. Now, the laglag bala and the bukas bagahe is gone. You can travel to the various airports and to your destinations without fear of being held at the airport because of some ammunition found or to be found in your luggages. That was an ammunition. Number 2, no more is the opening of bukas bagahe. So you can travel in comfort, you can travel in convenience. Number 2, another low-hanging problem is the so-called no plate number, no driver's license, to the effect that the Philippines was called Republika Walang Plaka. Imagine a country, a nation, a sovereign like the Philippines. You have motor vehicles running without plate numbers. This was certainly a big irritant. In addition to this, there were no licenses. All licenses were all in the interim. Maybe we can even see licenses in coupons. Today, as we speak, there is a cross program to make sure that the plate numbers and the licenses are in place. The plate numbers are now in place. The licenses is now on a nice plastic thing. And believe it or not, it has a validity, if you are lucky, for 10 years. Noon, wala nang papel, wala pang validity. Anong klaseng transportation yan? As we speak today, this is long gone. There were 3.9 million vehicles that were absent of plates. Now, this has been addressed. Another irritant is, remember the NAIA was called one of the worst international airports in the world? Barely 1 year after the Duterte administration has assumed position, the NAIA was classified one of the most improved airports in the world. Today, 2 days ago, there were some press release about an app saying that the NAIA is one of the worst business class airport. Don't believe that. Let me just state some things related to that press release. Number one, it is an app based on a study that has no fundamentals or parameters, and you don't know how the conclusion was made. Let me state two things. Number one, it says our on-time performance was below without mentioning certain percentages. I advise you and I inform you, ladies and gentlemen, before 2016, the on-time performance of the NAIA International Airport was barely 40%. In 2019, the on-time performance, according to Skytrack, a very prominent and reputable organization, was 83%. What then is the basis for this conclusion? And then they said, there are no flights. Please do not forget that the Philippines is a destination airport. It is not a hub airport. Having said that, since it is a destination airport, the flights that move in and move out are much lesser than a hub airport. I can spend more talking about this, but in the interest of time, let me just stress, please, don't believe that app. Don't believe that app. Gone are the days. Maybe you remember the MRT-3. The MRT-3 was called MRT-RIC. Before, every day, almost every day, tumitirik yung MRT-3 na kung saan naglalakad ang mga tao imbis na nakasakay sa tren, naglalakad sa rilis ng tren. People were complaining. In fact, there was a time there were 2 offloading in a day. By 2019, last year, be advised that there was no offloading at MRT-3. As of today, be advised that the rehabilitation and improvement of MRT-3, which I will touch later on in my presentation, has been completed, such that the movement of MRT-3 is not only smooth and convenient, it is fast and reliable. It is also safe. And perhaps I would like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that as I speak today, sa MRT-3, libreng sakay. In other words, ang mga tao hindi nagbabayad. Kaaya-aya na, komportable pa, safety pa, libre pa yung sakay. Saan ka makakahanap ng ganyan? Ang MRT-TIREC ay wala na. Ang MRT-3 ay isang partner ng mga tao, hindi lang sa kanilang pagbiyahe, kundi sa pagganap ng kanilang araw-araw na pamumuhay. Marami pa ho yan, but the time limit adjusted to me or given to me behooves me to abbreviate certain things which I wanted to say. Those were the low-hanging fruits which we have addressed at the start of the Duterte administration. Let us go to the medium term and let us go to the long-term projects and performances of the Department of Transportation. The Department of Transportation consists of 4 sectors. Number 1 is the aviation. Number 2 is the maritime. number 3 is the rail, and number 4 is the road. Let us revisit what we have done on a medium term and long term along these sectors, and let's do it one by one. Number 1 is the aviation and the airport. Do you know, ladies and gentlemen, that insofar as aviation projects is concerned, your Department of Transportation has completed 250 airport projects all over the country. And this project included not only putting up and building new airport projects, it included repair and construction of the so-called passenger terminal, the extension of runway, the creation of airport, the taxiway, and more importantly, supporting the ancillary service that is needed in the aviation and the airport sectors. Let us, in the interest of time, revisit some of the projects that has been undertaken by the Department of Transportation. Number 1 is Clark International Airport. Who has not heard about Clark International Airport Terminal 2? We have completed this. I hope all of you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, will find time to visit the Clark International Airport, and then I assure you, when you visit and when you see, you will say, wow, world class. Yes, sir. Clark International Airport Terminal 2 will compete with the best world-class airports. And this is the first time that's been done. The capacity is 8 million passengers annually. That is Clark International Airport. Yeah, have you heard of Bicol International Airport? This is the most scenic gateway in the international airport. Do you know, ladies and gentlemen, that this project is delayed for 25 years, 20 years or so? But during the term of Duterte administration, it did not only start this project, it completed the project, and it's now operational as an international airport. Long has the people of Bicol wanted their airport. They have waited too long. The Duterte administration stopped that waiting. Look at Mactan Cebu International Airport. It is the world's friendliest resort airport. Capacity, 8.5 passengers annually. If you have time to visit Clark, have time to visit the Cebu International Airport. And you will be saying unto yourselves, wow, the airports now in the Philippines are world-class? Yes, sir. Done by the Duterte administration in barely 6 years. Bohol Panglao International Airport, the Philippines' first eco airport, capacity 3.5 million passengers annually. Long has this been in the planning stage. In the Duterte administration, it was not planned. Walang drawing, ginawa at tinapos, at ngayon, ini-enjoy ng mga tao sa Bohol, ini-enjoy ng ating mga kapwa Pilipino, ini-enjoy ng mga turista here and abroad. Hindi ho malalayo yung Zamboanga International Airport. Ito ho, makikita ninyo na talaga namang napakaganda ng ayos. Makikita nyo mamaya sa slide na kung saan yung mga airport na ating ginawa, magugulat kayo. Yung ibang pasilidad sa airport na yan, some of the facilities there can be compared to a waiting shed. It can be compared to a sari-sari store. Long as those days when the passenger terminal airports are a waiting shed. They are passenger terminal airports which you can be truly proud of. And it happens in the Duterte administration. And so there are other airports that have been put up. The General Santos Airport, capacity 2 million passengers, doubling its capacity of 1 million before COVID-19 pandemic. The Bigan Airport, which we just opened just 2 weeks ago. Yes, our term is about to finish. Matatapos na, umpisa pa rin, trabaho pa kami, nagtatapos pa rin ng proyekto. Kasi sinabi ng Duterte administration, up to the last day of our term, we will not stop performing and achieving for the Filipino people. Puerto Princesa International Airport. The new terminal has been inaugurated in May, capacity 1.9 million passengers annually. We have lengthened the runway. It can accommodate aircraft. Birak Airport rehabilitated the passenger terminal building. Last June 2018, capacity 300 passengers daily. Will improve connectivity and mobility in Catanduanes. Ormoc will not be far behind. Sino nakakaalam ng Ormoc nun? Ngayon, pumunta ka sa Ormoc, sasabihin mo, okay pala mamasyal dito sa Ormoc, maganda yung airport, tinapos din ho yan ng Duterte administration. Marami hong mga ginawa dahilan sa Yolanda, dahilan sa earthquake. Nandiyan po yung Tacloban rehabilitation ng airport. Hindi pa ho marahil natapos ang kabuuan, pero tatapusin po namin yan. Calbayog Airport was inaugurated last 5 May 2021. The new passenger terminal building can accommodate 450 passengers compared to 170 when we assume. Hindi ba napakagandang improvement yan? At hindi malalayo yung Katarman Airport na na-inaugurate noong September 2, 2021. Capacity is 50,000 passengers annually. Dumaguete Airport is not far from behind. Nandiyan ho, capacity from nearly 500 to 550. Calibo International Airport to expand and enhance the tourism potential of this country. We have to put up airports so that people, local and abroad, can visit our nice scenic spot. So that we can say that through aviation, we can be a partner to the enhancement and improvement of the tourism program of this country. Siquijoro Airport was inaugurated August 26. Capacity 60 passengers at any given time, 6 times higher than its previous passenger capacity of 10. Ganun ho yan. Yung mga improvement na yan. Hindi rin ho mawawala yung Butuan Airport. Inaugurated August 5. There are many more. We have put up malasakit centers all over our airport developments so that we complement the convenience of traveling with caring concern with our passengers. Camiguin Airport, another tourism area. We have put up a new airport. Now, as we put up the airports, listen to this. We have introduced 2 important things in airport and aviation. Number 1 is the satellite communication system. Do you know, ladies and gentlemen, that when we started, we only had 9 radar systems all over the country. Today, we added 10 more. So that what happens now is we have protected the Philippine aerial territory and jurisdiction so that traveling will not only be convenient, it becomes more predictable. The second thing which we have started is the night-rated airport. Before, when the Duterte administration assumed office, planes and aircraft will travel only during sunrise. Sunset, hindi na ho magta-travel because our airports are not night-rated. We have made more than 10 night-rated airports in this time. So that what happens now is not only during sunrise you can travel, but you can travel during sunset. And at the same time, you help decongest NAIA and other primary gateways. The host is telling me I have 2 minutes. You want me to stop now? No, they said no. So stop doing like that. I'm still in the mood. The Department of Transportation has performed more than 10 minutes it can accommodate. The Department of Transportation has accomplished much more than for 10 minutes presentation. And so this is what we have done. While you build airports, improve it, modernize it, make it world-class, you put up some security measures and facilities like what we call the satellite communication system and the night rated capacity. All told, in aviation during the term of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, so much has been done in so short a time so that we make the Filipino people convenient and comfortable. Let us take a look now. I will try to hurry this up. 1 hour. Let us hurry this up. Railways. My goodness gracious. When the Duterte administration assumed office, there were only 77 kilometers of railways. 77 kilometers of railways compared to the 2,000 kilometers of railways during the Commonwealth. During the Commonwealth. So we asked, saan napunta yung mga relays? Aba, ewan ko. Ewan ko. But that is the reality. Today, as we speak, we can put up this structure, and we have put up this structure so that at a given time, we will be able to complete 1,200 kilometers of railways. Yung iba tapos na, yung iba tatapusin pa, yung iba kasado na. But at certain point in time, magiging 1,200 kilometers yan, kumpara ng 77 kilometers when the Duterte administration assumed office. Let us revisit some of these railway projects. Number one is the MRT-3. I mentioned earlier that MRT-3 is MRT Tirik. We have completed the rehabilitation where we put the real honest-to-goodness contractor. We changed the railways. We changed the system. Before, the speed was 28 to 29 kilometers per hour. Today, we can do 60 kilometers per hour. Before, the headway was 9 minutes, 12 minutes. Today, the headway is 3.4 minutes. Before, the passengers pre-pandemic was around 330,000. Pandemic, the passenger capacity was less than 200,000. If we were lucky, we'll make 220,000. As of today, a week ago, capacity for MRT-3 touched and hit 350,000. On top of this, the 350,000 since the month of April was traveling in MRT-3, libreng sakay. Hindi ba napakagandang benepisyo yan para sa ating mga kababayan? Hindi ba napakagandang blessing yan para sa ating kababayan? Lalo't higit ngayon na kung saan naghihikahos sila ng mga panggastos, naghahanap ng mga savings. Hindi ba ang laking tulong yan? Nasabi sa akin na nakinabang sa libreng sakay natin, Secretary Sani, sir, over 15 million passengers daw nakinabang na. Hindi ba napakaganda ho? Tignan natin yung LRT2 extension. For 2 decades in the making, the LRT2 East extension going to Antipolo is now operational. Before, plano-plano lang yan. Ito, totoo, sasakay ka na. Tignan mo rin, yung from Antipolo, 3 hours to just 40 minutes now because of the extension. Hindi ba napakaganda? Sa Duterte administration lang ho yan. Sa Duterte administration. Tignan natin yung LRT1 Cavite. If you go to Sukat, Parañaque, makakakita ho kayo ng mga constructions doon. Nakataas na yung mga girdels. Matatapos na ho yan. Matagal din ho. Nag-antay yung ating mga kababayan sa Baclaran, Parañaque at Nyog, Bacoor. Nitong tinatawag natin na LRT1 extension. Target ho namin, in accordance with our plan, if it were to be followed, Matapos ho yan 2024 at pagkaroon ho yan ng partial operability sa 2022. Marami ho mga ginawa dyan, nandiyan na yung trend na kung saan makikita nyo na talagang hindi bola-bola ito, totoo ito. Nandiyan na yung mga components upang sa ganun, yung biyahe sa Baclaran, Parañaque, papuntang Bacoor at Nyog ay magiging realidad. Nandiyan din ho yung tinatawag natin na MRT-7. Yung MRT-7, malapit na hong matapos yan. Kasama ho natin dyan yung San Miguel, proponent dyan na kung saan talagang tumutulong ho sila. Ito will reduce travel time between Quezon City and Bulacan from 2 to 3 hours to just 35 minutes. We expect partial operation by 2022-2023. Ito ho yung mga iba-ibang mga proyektong nandiyan sa ating mga trend. Pero alam ko na nag-aantay kayo, sasabihin nyo, asan yung subway? Tuloy ba yung subway? Tuloy ho yung subway. Listen to what I'm going to say. The subway has been a project for 50 years or more. If I tell you, if you go to the route where the subway will pass, you will see massive constructions there. In fact, by the first week of June or second week of June, the transportation department will perform an activity to convince the people of the Philippines that the subway is real at totoo. Ibababao na ho natin, Sir Saksani, yung tunnel boring machine. Once we put down the tunnel boring machine, the actual construction starts. In first or second week of June, we will do the simulation on what to do with the subway. Marahil tatanungin ninyo, may trend din na tatakbo, makikita nyo. Dapat hindi ko muna sinasabi sa inyo doon para surpresa na lang. Pero excited ako, nasabi ko na marahil ang tatanungin nyo, what happened after the Duterte administration? Tuloy ho ba yung subway? Yes, sir. Totoo, tuloy na tuloy. Let me impress to you 3 reasons why this subway is totoo, tama at tuloy-tuloy. Reason number 1, the funds are in place. Through the efforts of the Department of Finance, with the government of Japan and JICA, the funds are in place. In other words, walang problema sa pondo, nandiyan na yung pondo. Number 2, most of the contracts that are involved in the construction of the subway is already awarded. In fact, many has started. Hindi na ho matitigil yan. Pangatlong dahilan, yung right of way na umpisahan na, naayos na kakasundo na. Kung meron ng pondo, kung gawa na yung kontrata at meron ng right of way, sabihin mo sa akin, Secretary Charlie Galvez, paano pa hihinto yan? Tuloy na ho ang subway. Sana lang pabaunan nyo ng dasal at tulong ang mga dadating na administrasyon upang matuloy itong proyektong ito. Huwag niyong pabaunan ng agam-agam, huwag niyong pabaunan ng duda, pabaunan niyo ng tiwala, pagkat sabi ko, sa katatlong kadahilanan, tuloy ang subway. Nung nagumpisa ho kami, maalala nyo, tatas na naman siya, no? Ayaw ko nga. Yung common station. Remember the common station? That was a major problem when the Duterte administration got in. Nag-away-away yung mga taipans. Napagkasundo-sundo yan. So, nag-agree na kung saan nilalagay. May kaso pa sa Korte Suprema yan. Tinanggal yung kaso ng compromise agreement. Lahat ho yan, away-away. Kung sabihin ko sa inyo, target ho namin na yung common station will be operational, partly operational, by 2022 this year. Ito ho yung mga bagay-bagay na mga nagawa. Gusto niyong pakinggan? May oras pa ba ako yung PNR, yung papunta sa Clark? Yung PNR, matatapos ho yan, sir, ma'am. Promise. If the new administration will follow the timeline and the strategy we have formulated, this Clark railways will be operational by 2026. 2025 thereabout, target pa rin yun. 2026, baka pwede na. Napakaganda ho ito. Magkakaroon ng connectivity ang ating relays. Maganda ho talaga ito. Gusto nyo yung Bicol International Airport? Bicol Rails? Kung sabihin ko sa iyo, I can start anytime now. San Pablo, Lucena, Candelaria, anytime now. Operational yan after a hiatus of more than 5 years. And this Lucena, Candelaria, San Pablo will be an integral part in doing and finalizing the Bicol Express. Manggagaling ho yan, connectivity sa Makati, papuntang Alabang, Calamba, and then co-connect dyan. Ito ho, buo ang Bicol Railways. Ang Bicol, napakaswerte. Meron ng international airport, meron pang Bicol Express. Hindi ba panalo? Let me just say one thing while I stated that. It goes to show that the economic program, infrastructure program of President Duterte is not bounded by political color. Alam ho natin kung ano yung Bicol. Pero ngayon ho, naririnig at naririnig nyo na sa Bicol, nandiyan dyan yung international airport at nandiyan dyan yung relays, gagawin at bubuin sa termino ng ating presidente. This is an economic program that is not colored with any political affiliation. Mindanao Railways, partial operation 2025. Iiwan na po natin sa darating na administrasyon yan. Meron na ho tayong tinatawag na right-of-way mobilization program. Dapat ituloy lang ho yan. Okay ho yan. And so, makikita ninyo, meron ba tayong mapa dito? Yung mapa kanina sa aviation. Can you show the map of the Philippines sa aviation? Yung pula, yan ho yung mga merong bagong airport at merong bagong projects. Makikita nyo na halos lahat sa Republika ng Pilipinas ay may improvement sa aviation. Hindi ba maganda? Hindi ba magaling? Hindi ba panalo si Duterte? Palakpakan nyo naman si Duterte. We have touched on aviation, we have touched on rail. 500, yes sir, 500 projects ang nagawa sa maritime. 500 projects in barely 6 years. Big projects, commercial ports, leisure ports, community ports. Of the more than 500 projects, half of that was done by DOTR and funded by DOTR. Ito ho yung mga community projects, mga leisure ports. Half of that was funded and performed and completed by PPA, some by the other attached agencies. Ano naman po yung mga puertong nagawa natin dito sa maritime? Nandiyan dyan ho yung sa Lumage. Akala ko pabababayin na ako eh. I'm okay. Yung sa Lumage. Ito, cruise port ito sa norte. Wala kayong naririnig na norte kanina, except for Bigan. Di sa Lumage, may puerto ho tayo dyan, cruise port. Actually, nag-umpisa ng cruise port dyan, pre-pandemic. Natigil lang dahil sa pandemic. Ito, natayo ho yan. Married with Salumage is another cruise port at Ilocos Norte. Ito ho, dalawa. cruise port yan. Magandang pagkakataon yan at maganda para sa ekonomiya ng Ilocos. Yung sa Puerto Princesa, madami ho tayong nagawa dyan. Noon, sinasabi natin yung Puerto Princesa ay, pang turista lang. Hindi na po yan. Meron na hong kabuhayan, meron ng business dyan. In fact, we have connected Puerto Princesa, Palawan with other Asian countries like Malaysia and Indonesia, na kung saan makikita mo yung mga improvements. Can we flash on the screen some of the airports that we have put up in Palawan? Hello? Hello? At least it gives me time to rest my voice. We have put up ports in Palawan. Go to Palawan and you'll be surprised with so many ports that we have put up. Marami rin hong puertong itinayo kami sa Bohol. Maraming puerto na itinayo sa Visayas at Mindanao. Total nga, kagaya ng sinabi ko, mahigit 500. Imagine, 500 for barely 6 years. Noon, 12 taon. Baka 5 lang ang nagawa eh. Tayo, 6 na taon. 500 mahigit. Siguro dapat lang palakpakan yung economic team saka yung build. Doon ho, makikita natin yung mga improvement. At saka, emphasize ko lang, kasi I don't like to take much of time of the other speakers. I have taken enough already. Kunti na lang. Let me just state that it is only at the time of the Duterte administration that we have passenger terminal ports whose passenger capacity is 3,000, 3,500, 4,000. Never before in the history of this country has there been passenger terminal that capacity is 3,000, 3,500, and 4,000. Never before. And to top it, alam mo ba, sir, aircon yan. Alam mo ba na ginagawa ng mga tao, pasyalan ngayon yan. Ganyan ho, kaganda yung mga ginagawa natin, mga pasilidad sa maritime. Paspasan ko na lang ho yung road. Yung road hindi ho malalayo. Yung mapa niyan, yung mapa ng maritime, can you flash on the screen? Ito, yung mapa ng maritime. Bakit naging puti ito? Di ba dapat green yan? Lahat ho yung puti na yan. It shows the places where the maritime improvements and constructions have been done. You saw that same sa aviation. Makikita mo na magtutugma yung performances ng aviation at maritime dito sa making Filipino life convenient and comfortable. On the road sector, PITX, naku, nung inumpisahan namin yan, katakot-takot na lipusta inabot ko dyan. Pangit, walang kwenta. Ngayon, ang gumagamit ng PITX, 100,000 mahigit. Eat your words. It shows that this terminal is functionable. It shows that this terminal is a partner to connectivity and mobility. Soon we expect and soon we want to rise, to have other terminals in Bukawi, in Santa Rosa, and in Marikina. Ito, meron na ho sa Marikina, saka Santa Rosa, nag-ooperate na yan. Alam mo ba, sa ganda nitong, nakapunta ka na sa PITX? Oy, palagay ko, hindi ka pa nakapunta doon. Kung merong airport, meron din road port. Kasi parang airport ito. Aircon, in real time, lahat, the ticket, napakaganda. Never before we had this. Sa panahon ng Duterte, meron isang ganyan at magkakaroon pa ng maraming ganyan. Plus ng plus yung oras, 0-0, no more. Ayaw ako tigilan. Ayaw ko nga. The more you do that, the more I will lengthen my speech. EDSA busway libreng sakay. Kung merong libreng sakay sa MRT3, meron din hong libreng sakay sa EDSA busway. Product of service contracting. Alam mo ba yung service contracting? Ito yung bagong system na kung saan may kontrata LTO, LTFRB at DOTR sa mga operators ng bus. Pipick up ng pasahero, pati yung jeepney, modernized jeepney, ng pasahero sa one destination. Bababa sa isang destinasyon on predetermined time. In other words, wala na yung agawan ng sasakyan. Lalakad ho yan, may laman o wala, magsasakay at magbababa. In other words, predictable ang biyahe. Ang maganda dyan, libre. Libre. Hindi ba ang laking tulong yan? May libreng sakay na sa MRT3, may libreng sakay pa sa EDSA. Ganyan ho, meron tayong libreng sakay, meron tayong service contracting. Never before has this novelty and new improvements been done in so many years of various administration. Ngayon lang ho ginawa yan. Pinagtutulakan at pinagtutulakan ko yung PUB Modernization Program. I want to change the safety capability of our vehicles. Kailangan ho, hindi lang malinis, kailangan ligtas. Why? Because safety is a shared responsibility. Safety should never be compromised. Kaya nga ba, dapat inumpisahan ko yung modernization program, nagsusumamo ako sa bagong administrasyon na ituloy niyo po yung tinatawag na modernization program pagkat yan ho ang susi ng kaligtasan ng ating mga mamamayan sa kanilang pagbiyahe. Marami hong proyektong ginagawa pa tayo. Nandiyan dyan yung Cebu Bus Rapid Transit. In the next few weeks, Seksani, tatayo na yung mga tarpaulin at i-announce na yung mga destinasyon at pupuntahan ng ating mga Cebu Bus Transit. Meron din ho ang Davao Public Transportation Modernization Program. So that makikita nyo na yung programa natin, hindi lang sa Kalakhang, Maynila, nandiyan din ho yung Cebu, nandiyan yung Davao. Ngayon, meron bang bike lane bago pumasok si President Duterte? Wala. Ngayon ho, as I speak, we have completed 563 kilometers of bike lane networks all over the country and continuing. Meron na ho sa Kalakhang, Maynila, meron sa Davao, meron sa Cebu. Ito ho, happy yung mga operators, yung mga bikers. At sabi nila, salamat, President Duterte, binigyan nyo kami ng isang mode of transport. Salamat, President Duterte, pagkat itong mode of transport na to ay hindi lang maganda kung hindi ligtas. Ito ho, never before has this been done. So that you will see that in the term of President Duterte, we went far and beyond of what was traditionally done. We were not afraid to do innovations and creative approaches to make the Filipino life convenient and comfortable. Dito ho sa LTFRB, linons na ho natin yung modernization program. Tulungan nyo ho. I-touch ko lang ho yung tinatawag natin na LTO. Kaya mo yung plaka nun, ni-import pa natin yan, sir. Oh, ngayon, hindi na. Ginagawa na dito yung mga plaka. Alam nyo kung anong gumagawa? Makakala nyo, mano-mano. Robot. May dalawa kaming robot dyan. Oh. So, walang aksidente, mabilis ang gawa. Saka ang mahalaga dyan, pinangalanan nila yung robot, yung isang robot, Art. Yung pangalawang robot, Egay. So, Art and Egay. Yun yun. Inuuto-uto rin nila ako eh. That's part of being in power. And so, madami yung ginagawa dyan. Digitalization, digitization. There is no substitute to that. Nakaligtaan ko ho kanina before I end yung Philippine Coast Guard. Kasi napakahalaga ng ginawa ng Philippine Coast Guard sa termino ng ating Pangulo hanggang ngayon. Alam niyo ba, when I started Secretary Lorenzana as DOTR, there were only 6,000 warm bodies at Philippine Coast Guard. Alam mo ba, sir, that as I speak today, 22,400 ang population ng Philippine Coast Guard. Alam niyo ho ba na yung Philippine Coast Guard as I speak today not only has the personnel but has the facility to make sure that they are able to do their job and do their job properly. Nandiyan ho yung mga facility, nandiyan yung chopper, nandiyan yung longboat, nandiyan lahat, name it, it's there. So that when you have the people and you have the facility for them to do their job, okay at okay. But what is important is we couple the improvement on the personnel, we couple the improvement on the facility with what we call competence building. Kaya nga sige-sige ang training. Kaya nga sige-sige. Kaya nga kung paghihimayin mo at pagsasamahin mo yung tatlong ito, panalo. Nandiyan ho yung Philippine Coast Guard. Kaya nga ba makikita mo yung Philippine Coast Guard, hindi lang ho sa West Philippine Sea, hindi lang sa karagatan, makikita mo na rin ang Philippine Coast Guard. Tumutulong sa airport, tumutulong sa kalsada, tumutulong sa relief operation. The Coast Guard will always be there. Panalo ang Philippine Coast Guard. I am proud to be associated with the Philippine Coast Guard. Let me now abbreviate my presentation a little bit. Masyado na akong madaming ninakaw na oras sa mga susunod na speaker. For that, sorry. Alam nyo, ladies and gentlemen, we may not have solved all the transport problems in the 6 years. But siguro hindi namin nagawa. Aksipin nyo naman na we have addressed many. Never before in the history of this country has the Department of Transportation done so much in so short a time. Kailangan ipagmalaki ito. Notwithstanding COVID-19, notwithstanding the earthquakes, notwithstanding the typhoons, eto ho yung nagawa ng Department of Transportation. Eto ho yung ligasiya ng ating Pangulo, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. At sa aking pagtatapos at paglalahad ng ating mga nagawa, isa lang ho ang sasabihin ko, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, fellow Filipinos, in the Department of Transportation, we delivered. Thank you very much.
Ang mandato ng DOTR sa pagsasaayos ng transport system ay binigyan emphasis ng ating mahal na Pangulo. Sabi niya, ito yung kabuuan ng mandato. Road sector, maritime sector, aviation sector, rail sector, it's all about making the Filipino life convenient and comfortable.
Kung panahon na nagka-problema po tayo, mabagal po ang ating takbuhan at maiinit po yung ating mga bagon. Maraming mga negatibong komento.
Mahirap. Kumikita ang MRT, ang tao na humihirap pa rin.
Nawala po lahat yun pagkatapos sa rehabilitation natin sa ilalim ng Build program ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kasama rin kasi sa aming advocacy ang pagbibigay ng sensitivity training sa ating mga guard na naka-assign sa mga MRT station. Naramdaman ko yung pagbabago na yan kasi dati noon hindi kami pinapansin ng mga guard. Nahayaan lang kami. Ngayon, malayo pa lang kami. Pag may nakitang persons with disability, ina-assist na talaga.
Nung pandemic, I was also bike-to-work person kasi wala na kaming ibang mode of transportation dito sa Cebu. You're comfortable enough, wala nang makakadisgrasya sa iyo kasi andito ka na sa linya mo, sa bike lanes mo. So, it will listen ka ng disgrasya dito, specifically yung sa mga bikes.
Sa old terminal, hindi siya ganun kalaki, tsaka yung mga gamit doon, hindi siya pag ganun ka-sophisticated. Unlike ngayon dito,
mapapawaw ka talaga dito sa bagong airport. Tsaka super amazing siya.
Ang Pilipinas, mas madaming tubig kesa lupa. Ibig sabihin, dapat magkaroon ng connectivity. Kaya nga, inaayos natin yung connectivity by air. Inaayos natin yung connectivity by maritime.
Ang Tagbilaran Seaport po dati, isa po siyang maliit lang na port, tapos wala siyang masyadong kaayusan, walang sistema. Purely cargos ang kinekater niya. I-rehabilitate na po ito ng DOTR. Kasama po sa mga development ang mga facilities na tourist-friendly.
Yung seaport po namin dito is very improving. And so far, our international local tourists is so nice and very accommodating.
Yung improvements na ginawa natin, never before in the past administration have we done so much in so short a time. Kaya nga ba, sa panahon ni President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, masasabi natin, indeed, the golden age of infrastructure in the Philippines is already in place. At nang sa ganun, yung ekonomiya ay malago, yung ekonomiya ay magkakaroon ng growth and development.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ms. Lalaine Guanzon.
Magandang araw, Pilipinas. Ako si Lalaine Guanzon, a person with disability. Isang aktibong advocate ng aming sektor, a proud Makatizen. Sa panahon ngayon, matatawag na pangunahing mode of transportation ang Manila Railway Transit o ang popular na MRT3. Bukod sa mabilis, ay murang pamasahe. Ito rin ay kumbinyente at ligtas na sakyan. Ang rehabilitasyon ng MRT3 ay naghatid ng kaginhawaan sa libo-libong mananakay higit sa mga ordinaryong Pilipino na araw-araw nagko-commute. Napalitan na rin ang mga lumang bagon at higit na napabilis ang pag-usad ng mga ito. Maging sa panahon ng pandemya, hindi dapat matakot. Mahigpit na ipinatutupad ang health protocol ng pangasiwaan ng MRT. Naging mas person with disability o PWD friendly ang mga staff at empleyado ng MRT. Sa katulad kong wheelchair user, mas gusto kong sumakay ng MRT kaysa mag-grab o mag-taxi. Bukod sa mura, malamig at iwas pollution pa, humihikayat ito ng mga motorista at mga pribadong sasakyan para sumakay sa MRT upang maibsan at lumuwag ang traffic sa EDSA. Kasabay po nito, practical na rin dahil sa mataas na presyo ng gasolina sa pandaigdigang merkado. Salamat sa lahat ng mga pagbabago na naganap sa iyong termino, sa pagsasaayos ng mga sangay ng gobyerno para sa mabilis at epektibong serbisyo, sa pagbibigay tugon sa mga hinaing ng mga persons with disability, unti-unting natutugunan ang aming mga pangangailangan. Sa tulong ng makabagong teknolohiya, napapagaan at nagdudulot ng kapakinabangan upang maging produktibong mamamayan kaming mga taong may kapansanan. Maraming salamat, Pangulong Duterte, sa lahat ng mga bagay na iyong pinagsikapang mapaunlad, lalo na sa sektor ng transportasyon. Ang pagpapatupad ng accessibility upang magkaroon ng barrier-free environment. Ito ay matatawag na legasiya ng iyong administrasyon. May pagpatuloy nawa ng bagong pamunuan ang lahat ng iyong magagandang proyekto tungo sa isang progresibo at maunlad na Pilipinas. Kaya, tara na, sakay na! Libre po ang pagsakay ng MRT mula pa po nung buwan ng Marso at sa kasalukuyan. Extended pa nga po hanggang June 30. Kaya ano pa ginagawa nyo? Malapit nang matapos ang termino ng ating dakilang Pangulo. Pero sabi nga, tara na, unlimited to. At maraming salamat, Pangulong Duterte. Saludo po ako at ang bansang Pilipinas.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Lalaine Guanzon. And now, please welcome on stage, Mr. Augusto Pascual.
Sa atin pong mahal na Pangulo, kahit wala po siya ngayon dito, kay Secretary Arto Gade at sa lahat po ng Cabinet Secretaries, to our dignitaries and luminaries, a pleasant good morning. Isa pong mapagpalang araw sa lahat. Ako po si Augusto Pascual, General Manager po ako ng isang transport cooperative sa Bohol po. Ang amin pong kooperatiba ay isang tourist transport provider na accredited ng DOT at ng OTC. Ang amin pong kooperatiba ay isa sa mga benepisyaryo ng pinaganda at pinalaki na Tagbilaran Pier, Pantalan po. Alam po natin lahat na ang Pantalan, ang primary objective po ay para sa kargamento. Pero dahil po sa pinaganda na Pantalan ng Tagbilaran, hindi lamang po ito sa kargamento, bagkos ito na rin po ay naging isang tourist pier, tourist port. Dahil po ang Bohol ay isang tourist destination. Kung hindi po ito pinondohan ng DOTR, ng Duterte administration, siguro po ang aming kooperatiba ay matagal nang nawala. Lalo na po nang tayo ay tamaan ng pandemya, na ang tourist transport po ay isa sa mga sektor na masyadong naapektuhan. Wala po kaming biyahe, ang aming mga driver wala pong trabaho. Pero unti-unti po ngayon, bumabalik po ang mga turista na. At noong pong April last year, nandun po si Secretary Arto Gade, nag-inaugurasyon po siya sa Terminal 2, bagong Terminal 2 po ng Tagbilaran Pier, at ito po ay may 2,000 capacity. Dati po, nung hindi pa po na-improve ang Tagbilaran Pier, ang bumibiyahe po na fast craft po between Cebu and Bohol, mga 2-3 lang. Ngayon po, 6 hanggang 8 biyahe po araw-araw. Dahil po sa magandang pier ng Tagbilaran, by word of mouth, ang mga pasahero po natin, ang mga turista, ay naiingganya na bumalik, at ito po ay isang malaking katulungan sa aming kooperatiba. So again po, Secretary Arto Gade, kay President Tatay Digong, maraming salamat po sa mga proyekto na inyong nagawa. At sana po sa susunod na administrasyon ay maipagpatuloy po ang magandang na panimulan ng Duterte administration para sa kapakanan at sa kaiuunlad ng bayang Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga.
Thank you, Mr. Augusto Pascual. And now, please welcome on stage, Ms. Felicidad Into.
Magandang araw po sa lahat na nandito ngayon sa makasaysayang Legacy Summit ng ating kagalang-galang na Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa pag-imbita at maging isa sa mga piniling magtestimonya ng mga magagandang naidulot at naitulong na mga proyekto ng ating gobyerno, lalo-lalo na sa iba't ibang ahensya ng ating gobyerno, lalo na sa katulad namin na maliliit na negosyante o tinatawag na micro, small, medium enterprises or the MSME. Napakahirap ng sitwasyon namin. Kami ang mostly affected during the pandemic dahil tourist establishments po kami. Kung wala pong mga guests na pumupunta sa General Santos City, wala po kaming kikitain dahil locally made product kami. Sawa na yung mga local namin doon sa mga product namin. So nabibili lang ito ng mga guests na pumupunta ng Gensan. Dahil nag-pandemic, nahinto po ito, nakaranas po kami ng hirap dahil nag-lockdown, nagsara po, at marami pong mga negosyante na hanggang ngayon ay nagsara din po. Dahil dito, kailangan naming ipagpatuloy at itaguyod dahil sa aming mga pamilya na kailangang mabuhay. Ang kumpanya namin ay isang nag-advokasya ng MSME Development na nag-consolidate po ng mga local products ng buong region ng Region 12 at sa layuning makatulong sa kapwa na maliliit at magkaroon ng pagkain sa pagkainan, na makapag-aral ng mga anak at maging masayang pamilya. Dahil dito kami ay nabigyan ng pagkakataon na magkaroon ng One Town, One Product na tinatawag natin na Auto Hub ng DTI. At ito po'y project na pinagtulungan po ng Department of Transportation ng DOTR at ng Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines na magkaroon po kami ng isang marketplace sa loob ng Gensan Airport na nag-umpisa po noong September 23, 2021 na nag-open po ang ating travel initially. At ito po'y napakalaking tulong dahil ito po'y nagbenepisyo ng more than 5,000 MSMEs. Hindi pa po kasama yung mga pamilya nila at mga workers. Malaki pong tulong talaga ito. So narinig ko kanina kay Secretary Togade at nakita ko yung kabuuan ng proyekto ng DOTR. Malaki pong inspirasyon para sa amin na magpatuloy po ng aming hanapbuhay ng mga maliit na negosyante sa malalayong lugar dahil makakapag-market na po kami sa mga destinasyon na kailangan naming puntahan. Lalo na po ngayon ang ongoing negotiation ng aming local government ng connectivity po ng market namin from Gensan direct to Clark na sana po ay ma-approve na. Ang bagong Gensan Airport ay malaking tulong sa pagtransport ng mga locally at globally competitive na mga produkto at serbisyo. Ito isang patunay na seryosong serbisyo ng ating gobyerno para sa ikaunlad ng lahat at sambayan ng Pilipino. Kami at mga kasamang MSME sa buong Pilipinas, hindi lang sa Region 12, maliit na negosyo ay taos-pusong nagpapasalamat kay Pangulong Duterte sa lahat ng pagkakataon at suportang binigay para makabangon sa kahirapan. Ganon din sa pasasalamat sa ating ahensya ng DOTR, CAAP, DTI, LGUs, at iba pang ahensya ng gobyerno, ng DA, DOST, TESDA at iba pa, sa matapat na serbisyo at sana ay magpatuloy para sa kaunlad ng bawat isang mamamayang Pilipino. Pati na rin po pasasalamat sa aming local government ng General Santos City at ang buong probinsya ng South Cotabato at Region 12. Tayo ay magtulungan at magmahalan. Ito po ang key ng success. Marami pong salamat at God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lalaine, Mr. Augusto, and Ms. Felicidad. Before we go on, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Presidential Advisor for COVID-19 Response, Secretary Vince Dizon, Vice Chairperson and Commissioner of the Climate Change Commission, Secretary Robert Eric Borge, and DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña. Now, rapid, inclusive, and sustained economic growth have been part of the government directives which aim to create more jobs and increase competitiveness of private enterprises. To discuss the legacies on economic development, let's give a big hand to the Department of Finance's Secretary, Carlos G. Dominguez III.
Good morning. Good morning. My fellow colleagues in the Cabinet, led by Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our reliable partners in the business community, development organizations, and the academe, fellow workers in government, and friends from the media here and abroad. Good morning. The presidency of Rodrigo Roa Duterte will surely rank among the most productive administrations in our history. His term will be remembered as the moment when the country made the turn towards more inclusive growth and prosperity. With President Duterte's bold leadership and strong political will, many socio-economic reforms measures that languished for decades on the shelves of Congress were finally enacted into law. The passage of the Ease of Doing Business Act paved the way for improved and efficient delivery of public services. We enacted the Philippine Identification Act, which brings us closer to the goal of achieving e-governance and greater financial inclusion among our people. As of May 3, a total of 64.8 million individuals nationwide have registered for the national ID through this program. The Land Bank of the Philippines has cleared the way for 7.9 million previously unbanked registrants to be part of the formal banking system. In addition, we fulfilled President Duterte's promise of establishing a bank dedicated to the needs of Filipinos working abroad. The Overseas Filipino Bank is our first branchless, digital-only bank in this country. It now serves overseas Filipinos in 116 countries. The rice tariffication law was finally achieved after more than 30 years of failed attempts under previous administrations. The law opened up the Philippine rice market and in turn lowered the price of our country's staple food for more than 100 million Filipinos and has kept the rice prices very stable. As a result, rice is no longer the main contributor to our overall inflation rate. The rice tariffication law ensures that farmers benefit directly, providing at least 10 billion pesos each year for mechanization, high-quality seeds, access to credit, and training. After many years of intense political debate, it was only during the Duterte administration that the Cocoa Levy law was finally enacted. This marks a promise fulfilled by the President who, in his 2019 SONA, vowed to return these funds taken arbitrarily from the pockets of Filipinos back to their true owner. The Duterte administration decisively passed and implemented the most comprehensive tax reform program ever in this country. This provided robust and recurring revenues that helped expand social services and supported our massive economic investments in modern infrastructure. TRAIN, or the Tax Reform for Acceleration and Inclusion Act, reduced the personal income taxes for 99% of our taxpayers, giving them much-needed relief after 20 years of non-adjustment. Through TRAIN, we have basically given out a 14-month pay every year to our wage earners. No past administration increased sin taxes more than once. President Duterte and Congress raised sin taxes 3 times within his term. This demonstrates what a strong political will can do to protect people from consuming products that have negative impact on their health. The excise taxes on tobacco and alcohol products improved funding for the Universal Health Care Program, which is another landmark reform of this administration. All in all, TRAIN and the other enacted packages of tax reform program enabled the government to raise 575.8 billion pesos in incremental revenues during the first 4 years of implementation. In addition to modernizing our tax policies, the Duterte administration aggressively pushed for the full digitalization of the Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Bureau of Customs to enhance tax administration and reduce corruption. Through bold tax reforms and better tax administration, we were able to raise our revenue effort to a 2-decade high and our debt-to-GDP ratio to a historic low. The international credit rating agencies recognized us by giving us the best credit ratings ever, ranging from BBB plus to a AAA. As a result, we were able to bring down our borrowing costs and raise bond issuances with very tight spreads in the international markets. This high credit rating also spilled over to the lower borrowing costs of the private sector and individuals. Our robust revenue flow and concessional financing allowed us to sustainably fund the Build, Build, Build program, which is one of the lasting legacies of President Duterte. This administration was able to raise infrastructure spending to above 5% of GDP, double the level recorded by the previous 4 administrations. Under this administration, big-ticket infrastructure projects that were faced with delays for decades were finally implemented, providing quality jobs for over 6.5 million people. Apart from infrastructure, the Duterte administration also invested heavily in social services to boost human capital development through government programs and by infusing the largest ever capital to the Land Bank of the Philippines, the Development Bank of the Philippines, and the Philippine Guarantee Corporation. We provided healthcare coverage financing for enterprises and local government units, housing, unconditional cash transfers, quality jobs, free education in state colleges and universities, and free irrigation water. These game-changing measures and programs made the Philippines one of the economic leaders in the region, growing over 6% annually. The same reforms helped us gain the financial strength to weather the worst of the COVID-19 crisis. When the pandemic struck, the Duterte administration moved quickly to protect Filipino lives. Like the Filipino family, the government did what was needed for the country to survive the pandemic. The Philippines' direct response to COVID-19 crisis so far amounted to 3 trillion pesos, equivalent to 15.6% of our GDP. Our social amelioration program assisted 18 million families, and small business wage subsidy program kept more than 3 million workers afloat. These emergency subsidies amounted to about 250 billion pesos, the largest social protection program in Philippine history. Funding our social protection and economic stimulus measures has been a challenge. But the pandemic found us in a strong financial and fiscal position, ready to protect our citizens. We successfully negotiated funding to procure COVID-19 vaccines for our people, which was primarily sourced from multilateral banks. We were able to bring together the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank under a joint financing arrangement for the purchase of these life-saving doses. This was the first in the Asia-Pacific region and probably in the world. Despite the increased borrowings to procure vaccines and provide relief to our people while maintaining our economic investments, our debt level remains sustainable. Throughout the crisis, our historic high credit rating were maintained amidst downgrades among our peers globally. This is a testament to the excellent record of prudent spending and fiscal discipline. Even as the world has been hit by the pandemic, our game-changing reforms bolstered our country's ability to recover and rebuild. The enactment of CREATE, or the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act, and amendments to the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, Public Service Act, and Foreign Investments Act will bring in the high-value investments that our country needs to upskill our workforce and further modernize our economy. As the pandemic subsides, the Philippine economy is now well on its way to rapid recovery. Our strategies in 2021 have culminated in a full-year growth of 5.7%, exceeding targets and expectations. The economy even grew by 8.3% in the first quarter of 2022, making the country's expansion the highest in the ASEAN region and among our credit rating peers. I could go on and on with all the Duterte administration's unprecedented economic achievements realized in just 6 years, but our time is limited. Let me close by saying that I am extremely proud to have served under this president. Although this was a period challenged by a pandemic, it was also a time that the government firmly demonstrated that it could respond decisively to any emergency. The next administration will inherit many hard-won reforms. They will assume the office with the basic groundwork for rapid and inclusive growth already in place. President Duterte's final legacy is a confident and hopeful Filipino people earnestly looking to a future of sustained progress. At this point, I would like to thank again President Duterte and all my colleagues in the cabinet and all my colleagues in the Department of Finance and the attached agencies for working together to help make this administration one of the best ever. Thank you.
Kami po ay nagsimula sa pagtitinda muna ng mga sampalok hanggang sa maisipan ng asawa ko na maglagay na kami ng tinda sa labas. Tumagal ng tumagal, nakayanan na rin namin na makapagpatayo ng bahay sa Provident dahil sa tindahang maliit na yon. Kaya lang, dalawang bagyo ang dumating. Una yung Undoy, pangalawang bagyo. Ito na nga ang Ulysses. Doon na talaga nahirapan kami kasi lubog yung bahay, pati paninda, lalos.
Itong PPG is a subset ng program ng livelihood na nakafocus doon sa mga naapektuhan ng kalamidad, ng baha, lindol, kung anumang sakuna yung naabot nila. 8,000 worst, hindi utang yon, grant yon. Paikutin na nila yung pera na yon. Pero pag gusto pa nila mag-expand, pwede sila sa microfinance. And dito sa administrasyon ng ating Pangulong Duterte, talagang na more than double ang nabigay na budget dito sa area na to.
Yung tulong ng DTI ay talagang napakalaking bagay. Siyempre, imbis na maghagilap ako na pangdagdag sa paninda, andyan na siya.
Ito ay habilin ng ating Pangulong Duterte. Tulungan natin yung mga maliliit talaga na tao, na negosyo. Kaya talagang accelerate natin yung program para sa micro SME development. Ang talagang objective kasi natin, yung micro SMEs, hindi sila forever micro. Kailangan yung micro maging small, maging medium, eventually sila yung maging large.
Yan ang nagawa sa akin ng PPG. So, malaking ginhawa para sa akin. Kaya nasubukan ko, wala ka talagang malalapitan. Yan lang talaga ang nakatulong sa akin. Kaya maraming salamat sa DTI.
We'd like to call on stage Rosario Santos.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Rosario Santos, 66 years old. may asawa at 2 anak. Ang una po namin pinagkakakitaan ay paggawa ng sampalok. Kinalaunan ay gumawa na rin kami ng matamis na pili at saka mani. Yan ay tinitinda lang namin sa loob ng bahay. Subalit, napag-isipan ng asawa ko na maglabas na kami ng tindahan. Halos 3 dekada na nang itinayo namin yon ay 1986. Pagkatapos, doon sa tindahang maliit na yon, doon namin kinukuha yung araw-araw naming pangangailangan. Napagtapos namin ang aming anak hanggang kolehiyo, doon din sa tindahang maliit. At nakapagpagawa rin kami ng bahay sa hirap at tiyaga sa Provident. Subalit, napakasakit ng nangyari dahil 2 bagyo ang dumaan. Una, Undoy, 4 na buwan pa lang na natatayo yung bahay. Inabot kami ng baha, lubog ang bahay, pati tindahan, halos walang natira. Pati bahay namin, lubog sa puti. At pagkatapos, buti na lang ay may mababait akong suki na tiwala ang nangyari dahil halos 3 dekada akong suki, pinahiram nila ako, pati sa bigas, pinautang ako ng bigas hanggang sa kalaunan ay nabayaran din namin. Subalit, napakalungkot ng taong 2020. Bagyo na naman ang dumating, ang Ulysses, ang pandemic, at pagkatapos ay inopera pa ang asawa ko ng lus-lus. Ako, sa totoo po, ako ay hindi humihingi ng tulong kung kailangan, kung kaya pa naman. Kaya lang, grabe po ang aming inabot. May nagsabi sa akin na lumapit po ako sa DTI. Una ko pang punta po ay sa munisipyo. Pagdating ko po doon, hindi daw po nagbibigay ang DTI doon. May tumulong sa akin, sinabi, pumunta po raw doon ako sa DTI. Pagdating ko po sa DTI, sabi nung staff, hindi na po raw nagbibigay ng ayuda. Nalungkot ako dahil nangangatog-ngatog pa ako at nangingilid ang aking luha dahil talagang ako po ay nangangailangan. Buti po, may isang mabait at may gininto ang puso. Kinuha niya yung pangalan ko at pagkatapos pati address, sa 1 taon daw po. Pag nagbigay ng ayuda, sabi niya sa 1 taon. Pagkatapos po, umuwi na ako. Kaya lang po, napakabait po ng Diyos. Hindi pa lumalagpas ang 1 araw. Wala pa po yatang 1 oras. Tumawag po sa bahay at sinabing, pumunta ka rito, bilisan mo dahil magse-seminar na. Ako po daw ang napili at ipapalit doon sa isang na-disqualified. 2 po ang aking naramdaman. Una po ay masaya ako pero nalungkot din po ako para doon sa napili na disqualified. Pagkatapos po, dali-dali akong pumunta doon. Baha pa po yun sa amin at lubog puro puti. Kaya lang po, talagang puro himala po ang nangyari. Di ba po ba himala yung kasasabi lang sa 1 taon pero wala pang 1 oras tinawagan ako. At paglabas ko, kahit puro putik doon, puro baha, biglang may parating naman pong tricycle. At parang may sumasalubong sa akin at pumunta po ako sa munisipyo. Sa Taranta ko po, mali pala ang punta ko, dapat pala sa DTI. Bumalik po uli ako sa DTI. Pagdating doon, ando na naman po yung mabait na staff na sinalubong ako dahil ako'y talaga pong nangangatog, nanghihina, wala po akong lakas. Sabi kong gano'n. At tapos sinama niya po ako sa boss nila at kinausap at sinabing, barya-barya lang po ang makukuha. Sabi ko, kahit barya-barya lang yan. Sabi ko gano'n, tatangibin ko dahil sa hirap ng buhay, kahit piso, hindi po kayo makakapulot. Sinama ako sa seminar. Pagdating sa seminar, ako po pala ay mabibigyan ng halagang 8,000 na gift certificate. Pero para sa akin, malaking bagay na po yun. Kaya nagpapasalamat po ako kay Pangulong Duterte, lalo sa DTI, dahil meron silang program na para sa pangkabuhayan. Programang pangkabuhayan sa pagbangon at ginhawa. Kaya yung pong nakuha ko na 8,000, binili ko agad po yon ng mga paninda. Yung mga panindang mabiling-mabili. Dahil Pag oras na nabili yun, pwede ko po pong maibili uli ng panibagong paninda. Kaya maraming salamat po. Talagang mabait ang Panginoong Diyos. Pag talagang nangangailangan ng isang tao, talagang pagkakaloob sa iyo, ora mismo, hindi na maabot ang isang taon. Yung araw din yon, natanggap po ang 8,000. Maraming po salamat sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Rosario Santos, and God bless to you and your family. The Philippine archipelago is prone to typhoons and other natural calamities. Hence, under the Duterte administration, preparation for disasters have always been essential in ensuring that less people are affected and urgent rehabilitation efforts are implemented. To present the legacies on climate change adaptation and mitigation and disaster risk reduction, let us put our hands together for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources Acting Secretary Jim Sampulna.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. To Executive Secretary Salvador Binaldia, all cabinet members, and to our guests and participants, I forgot to mention the member of the Diplomatic Corps. Isang mga kalikasang umaga po sa ating lahat. Climate change is no longer a far-off threat. During the Duterte administration, the extent of climate crisis was experienced by our people, our environment, and our natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change Adaptation, Mitigation, and Disaster Risk Reduction face these challenges head-on.
The challenges we face. Extreme storms like typhoons Rolly, Ulysses, Odette, and Agaton have become frequent manifestations of climate change that our country has braved in recent years. And the Duterte administration came in at a time which is a turning point for tackling climate change and disaster risks. From 2018 to 2021, the government immediately provided the victims of typhoons and earthquakes with relief assistance worth more than 2 billion pesos. Climate Action Pathway has drawn and implemented to minimize exposure to climate and non-climate hazards and enhance resilience and adaptive capacity of the ecosystems and vulnerable communities. Strong typhoons, massive flooding, volcanic eruption, earthquakes. The Duterte administration remains steadfast. Tunay na katatagan ang ipinamalas ng ating pamahalaan.
Protecting nature and its essential services to people is not negotiable. Boracay Island was closed for rehabilitation. 6 months after its closure, it's no longer accessible, and now back to its pristine state. The impossible cleanup of Manila Bay was confronted. A new, vibrant Manila Bay can now be enjoyed by everyone. Moratorium on coal project was imposed. Ambitious goal on reduction of greenhouse gas emission was committed. The Duterte administration espoused that a healthy environment is the foundation for economic and social development. Labis na malasakit ang ipinadama para sa kalikasan, para sa mamamayan. The Duterte administration devoted its policies, programs, and resources to foster sustainable future for every Filipino. Building climate resilience for affected communities by disasters and climate hazard was strengthened. Task Force Build Back Better, created under Executive Order 120 issued by the President, undertook efforts to address perennial flooding in the areas of Cagayan, Bicol, and Marikina River basins. Integrated watershed management through bamboo planting along riverbanks was carried out as part of flood mitigation efforts. Phase 1 of dredging in the Magapit, Naros, Cagayan, and Marikina rivers had been completed, while the removal of critical sandbars restricting the water flows of Cagayan River, Marikina, and Bicol River is ongoing. The Cash for Work program greatly benefited the number of beneficiaries through food security and environmental protection activities. The quick response during calamities was strengthened for relief assistance to poor individuals living in hazard-prone areas and victims of typhoons and earthquake nationwide. Emergency Operations Center in 17 regional offices and the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Operations Centers were established as command control point for emergency operations and activities. Transformative action to halt and reverse nature loss were invigorated. More collaborative ways through program convergence budgeting were enhanced to ensure synergy of efforts and funding among national government agencies and local governments of climate vulnerable provinces. Renewable energy and low-carbon public transport system were actively promoted, especially with the recent passage of Republic Act 11697 for the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act. Proper waste management and alternative climate resilient livelihoods were bolstered to relieve pressure on environment and biodiversity. Regulation on healthcare waste transporters and treatment, storage, and disposal facilities were enhanced to improve healthcare waste management. Over 1,000 local governments and stakeholders were trained on the management of household healthcare waste and special waste and the development of COVID-19 related waste management plans. To improve the air quality in the Philippines, the monitoring, enforcement, and policy issuance of compliance of vehicles and industries to emission standards were intensified. To mitigate the impact of climate change, reduce risk, and prevent soil erosion and runoff, the enhanced national greening program, including the development of bamboo plantation, is vigorously implemented. Recording another victory for the planet, the Philippines joined various countries in pushing for the phase down of unabated coal power and the end of inefficient fuel fossil subsidies during the 26th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Marine protected area networks were established and strengthened. Coastal communities were supported with biodiversity-friendly and social enterprises. Sustainable agricultural practices were mainstreamed in and around protected areas and in wider agricultural landscape nationwide. During the pandemic, 407.6 billion pesos of the Social Development Management Program of the mining companies were realigned to support the affected impact and non-impact communities. An estimated 2.7 billion pesos were also committed to environmental program on top of the 8.1 million seedlings and reforestation of 6,600 hectares of mine out and or mining forest program. Proactively promoting responsible mining in the country, Phase 1 and 2 of the mining audit, thank you, from Department of Finance, covering 43 large-scale surface metallic mining companies have been completed. Supporting quality infrastructures to ensure resilience against extreme weather events and other hazards was facilitated. Flood mitigating program through flood risk management project, improvements of tide embankments, construction of channel improvements, construction of bridges, and repair of sluice gates along low-lying areas have also been strengthening the resilience of communities to hydrometeorological hazard. Coastal infrastructures are also being pursued in partnership with development agency to enhance the resilience of coastal communities against disaster. Innovation and technology to improve knowledge and forecasting and readiness for calamities were fortified. State-of-the-art technologies were installed to improve monitoring, forecasting capability, and tracking of weather disturbances, flood disaster mitigation, and earthquake detectability. LGUs were supported with continuous updating of geohazard maps and in the conduct of risk assessment in their areas to help them plan for disaster and calamities. Proactive advocacy program on Operation Listo to strengthen disaster preparedness of LGUs using the whole of government approach was put in place. The communities and households are being engaged in capacity development on early preparedness action to ensure adaptive and disaster-resilient barangays. Game management plan to guide the county towards climate resilience were developed, enabling science-based decision-making in the country. The Philippine Water Supply and Sanitation Master Plan, Philippine Action Plan for Sustainable Consumption and Production, roadmap to institutionalize natural capital accounting in the Philippines, and rehabilitation and recovery planning guide have been developed as we address climate change, disaster risk, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The Duterte administration shaped the vision of strategy of our country to improve lives, protect the people and the environment, consistent with global aspiration for a better, greener, fluer, and healthier post-COVID-19 recovery. The Duterte administration continues to harness the development of trajectories that are sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. Ito ang kinabukasan ating titiyakin para sa bawat Pilipino. Kailangan may pagpatuloy para sa tuloy-tuloy pang pagbabago. Isang mainit na pasasalamat at pagpupugay sa lahat ng bumubuo ng Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change, Adaptation, Mitigation, and Disaster Risk Reduction. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas! Mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino! Mabuhay si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte!
Diyan lang po kami sa kabilang street, sa Riverside. Kaya lang po kami lumipat dito kasi once po na may bagyo, nangangamba kami lagi dahil po sa mabilis na pagtaas ng tubig. Ulysses po ang matinding karanasan. Yung mga gamit na po namin ay na-wash out lahat. Hanggang second floor po ang tubig. Lagi lang kami natataranta, nangangamba kami kung saan kami pupunta, nangangamba kami dahil sa mga gamit namin.
Bilang sagot sa mga sakuna na dulot ng mga paha, ay binuo ang Task Force Build Back Better.
Ang Task Force Build Back Better is malaking tulong para sa amin residente ng Marikina kasi po yan ay project dredging ng riverbank po. Ngayon po ay kampante na po kami dahil po sa isang legacy project po ng riverbank. Nagkaroon kami ng bagong pag-asa.
Nagka-start kami ng amo sa NGP, sa National Greening Program, 2016 sa panahon na ni President Duterte. Sa Bakawan namo diri ma'am, dako ang karadyo ang tabang ng NGP, ang isa sa mga nakahatag sa amo nan mga trabaho or nakahatag ng dugang income sa mga tao. Sa nananamo ma'am turismo, noon lad sab no taas ang turismo diri sa amo, dagan kayong mga turismo ang mukanhi tungod sa among mga kabakawan. Ang Bakawan ma'am ang naghatag ng proteksyon sa amo na naton bagyong Odette. Kay kung wala pa ang Bakawan diri sa amo, siguro dako gajud karadyo ang damage na mahitabo or lagmit pa ang mga tao, mga matay. Compared ma'am dito sa mga iban nga nalungsod dito sa dinhi sa Siargao nga walay gajud backhouse.
Sa ating mahal na Pangulo, maraming salamat po sa pagtulong niyo sa amin. Mga nakakaranas kami sa mga disaster po. Sa ngayon po ay ang tubig po ay tuloy-tuloy na pagdaloy. Hindi po nag-i-stack na sa bawat lugar na catch basin na tinatawag natin dito sa Marikina.
So nagpasalamat gajud kami karadyo kan President Duterte sa itataghatag na mga proyekto sa amo kay nakapadugang nan kaugmaanan pangita sa mga tao, then ang seguridad na amo mga pagkaon.
All the way from Siargao, let us welcome on stage the CCAM beneficiary, Ms. Judy Areza.
Sa lahat po ng ating mga opisyal at kawani ng ating pamahalaan, mga kapwa benepisyaryo at kapwa Pilipino, isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Nagpapasalamat po ang aming komunidad dahil kami po ay naging bahagi ng okasyong ito na makapagbahagi ng aming pagpapatunay sa legaseya ng ating pamahalaan. Ako po si Judilyn Donoso Areza ng Siargao Island. Ako po ay kalihim ng Del Carmen Fisherfolk Association o Del Cafea, isang people's organization po na bahagi ng Enhanced National Greening Program sa Siargao. Ang aming pong asosasyon ay nabuo noong 2011. Naging party po kami o bahagi ng Enhanced National Greening Program noong taong 2016 sa panahon ng ating Pangulong Duterte. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa mga programa ng ating pamahalaan dahil kami po ay nabigyan ng trabaho at dagdag na kita ang aming komunidad. Ang aming pong komunidad ay umaasa po ang aming ikabubuhay sa mga bakawan, kung saan marami ang masagana ang dami ng isda at sa mga turista na bumibisita sa aming lugar. Sa marami pong mga pagsubok na dumaan sa aming komunidad, ang aming pong hindi po kami nawala ng pag-asa dahil ang Enhanced National Greening Program po ng ating pamahalaan ay nagbigay sa amin ng tulong. Kumikita po kami ng halos 3,600 na dagdag kita kada buwan at kung minsan pa nga po ay tuwing bakasyon kami po ay kumikita ng hanggang 1,000 kada araw. Dumating po si Bagyong Odette. Natakot po talaga kami nung panahon na yun dahil napakalakas po ng hangin. Na ang akala namin po ay halos mamatay na kaming lahat. Halos lahat po ng mga kabahayan doon ay nasira. Lahat po ng aming mga pagkakakitaan ay nawala dahil wala na pong mga mahuhuling isda at wala na rin pong mga turista na dumating sa aming lugar. Malaki po ang pasasalamat namin sa aming mga bakawan dahil sa binigay nitong proteksyon sa amin noong kasagsagan ng bagyo. Kung hindi po dahil sa aming mga bakawan, siguro po talaga ay maraming namatay o lahat po talaga malaki po ang pinsala na aming natamo noong kasagsagan ng bagyo. Kaya po, unti-unti pa lang po kaming umahon sa epekto ng pandemya, panibagong dagok muli ang aming hinarap. Pero hindi po kami nawala ng pag-asa dahil ang ating pong gobyerno o pamahalaan ay nasa aming tabi. Kasama naming umaahon at patuloy po na suporta ng ating pamahalaan sa aming mga kabuhayan sa pagbibigay ng mga pananim, pangmintina at proteksyon, mga pagsasanay upang kami ay muling makabangon at patuloy na makaahon ng mas matatag at higit na matibay. Lubos po ang aming pasasalamat sa ating Pangulong Duterte at sa kanyang mga gabinete. Mabuhay po kayong lahat at makakaasa po kayong patuloy pong magpapakatatag ang aming komunidad para sa maunlad na kinabukasan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ms. Judy Areza. Now, JC, we are halfway through the program, and I can see that everyone is enjoying our working lunch, right? It looks good. You know, it's been really amazing to see how each agency has strived to help improve the lives of our fellow Filipinos.
That's right, Daphne. Truly an impressive slew of accomplishments, and we're only in the first half of day one of 2 days of good news that this administration is about to share. Talagang tatak Duterte, and please give a round of applause to all of our secretaries who have reported their good news so far this morning.
Okay, I think we have some reminders for social media.
That's right, Daphne. Please don't forget, post on social media. Use the official hashtags, hashtag Duterte Legacy, hashtag Pamana ng Pagbabago, and hashtag Tapang at Malasakit, as well as don't forget to tag and follow at Duterte.Legacy at PCOO.gov and PCOO Global Media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to see more of our government's accomplishments and legacies.
Of course, we're also broadcasting live on the PCOO Global page in Facebook. Now let's move on to another cluster. Citizen participation in governmental processes is essential. Hence, the national government strengthens programs that can easily be felt down to the grassroots level. To walk us through the legacies on participatory governance, let us give a big hand for Interior and Local Government Secretary Eduardo Año.
Sa mga kapwa ko lingkod bayan, sa ating mga katuwang mula sa iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan, at sa lahat ng ating mga kababayan, magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Sa mga mamamayang aktibo sa pakikilahok sa pamahalaan, mga Pilipinong pinakikinggan ang hinaing at pangangailangan, isang pamahalaang mabilis na tumutugon sa kanilang mga pangangailangan at nagbibigay ng sapat na serbisyo. Ito ang kwento ng nakaraang 6 na taon kung saan ang pamahalaan ng Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte ay ginawang katuwang ang ating mga mamamayang Pilipino sa pamamahala at paglutas ng kanilang mga suliranin at ng iba't ibang usapin sa bansa. Sa pamamagitan ng Participatory Governance Cluster, binigyang buhay at isinakatuparan natin ang pangako ng Pangulong Duterte na isang pamahalaang may tapang at malasakit kung saan sentro at katuwang ang mga Pilipino sa paghubog at pagtatatag ng isang mahusay, matapat at malinis na pamamahala. Sa umpisa pa lamang ng termino ng Pangulo noong 2016, ay inilahad na niya ang kanyang matibay na hangaring palakasin ang ugnayan ng ating pamahalaan at ng mga mamamayan tungo sa tapat at epektibong pamamahala. The last 6 years also saw various national government agencies work hand in hand, collaborate with each other, and reach out to the citizenry in order to hear their concerns and ensure that those concerns are adequately and immediately addressed. Indeed, democracy reached its peak during the term of the President when people's needs were heard and addressed, and they were made part of improving their own lives and in charting their future. People's participation in governance was neither a slogan nor an empty promise. It was a fruitful and truthful reality this time. The agencies that comprise the participatory governance cluster, led by the DILG, together with the Department of Budget and Management, the offices of the Executive Secretary and Cabinet Secretary, Presidential Communications Operations Office, Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, and the Presidential Management Staff, the Department of Justice, Department of Trade and Industry, National Economic and Development Authority, and the Commission on Higher Education, Department of Finance, and the National Anti-Poverty Commission work in unison to implement governance reforms to enhance transparency and accountability in government and ensure effective public service in partnership with the people. Mahalaga na marinig ang boses ng ating mga taong bayan upang higit na mapabuti ang paghahatid ng serbisyo ng pamahalaan. Sa pamamagitan ng hotline 8888, inaksyonan natin ang reklamo ng mga ordinaryong mamamayan sa mga ahensya ng pamahalaan na hindi nakakapagbigay ng tamang serbisyo sa kaukulang panahon. Sa katunayan, mahigit 2.2 milyong reklamo na ang natanggap at natugunan ng kinaukulang mga ahensya simula 2018 hanggang 2021. At naging daan din ito upang mabawasan ang red tape o korupsyon sa mga ahensya ng pamahalaan. Marami rin tayong natulungang mga kababayan sa pamamagitan ng Emergency 911 hotline na nagsilbing linya ng taong bayan upang ating matugunan ang kanilang mga agarang pangangailangan, anumang uri ng kalamidad, aksidente, kapinsalaan o trahedya ang kanilang kaharapin. Malaki rin ang ginampanan ng Dagyao Town Hall meetings na isinagawa natin sa iba't ibang panig ng bansa upang lubos na ilapit sa mamamayan ang pamahalaan, makinig sa kanilang mga hinaing at magkasamang hanapan ng katugunan at lunas ang kanilang mga suliranin. Minsan pa ay pinatunayan natin na ang ating pamahalaan ay hindi lamang nakikinig, bagkus ay binibigyan ng pansin at tugon ang mga hinaing at pangangailangan ng pangkaraniwang mamamayan sa tulong ng mga civil society organizations. Sa gitna ng pandemya, ipinagpatuloy natin ang Dagyao upang mas lalong patatagin ang tiwala at ugnayan ng pamahalaan at ng mamamayan. Higit pa nating pinaigting ang participatory governance noong simulan nating ipatupad ang kampanya na naglalayong tuldukan na ang komunismo at insurhensiya na 5 dekada nang nag-aasik ng kasinungalingan, takot at terorismo, lalo na sa mga mamamayang naninirahan sa mga conflict-affected communities. Through the implementation of the Retooled Community Support Program, we gathered all sectors of the local community, listened to their needs, concerns, and aspirations, and provided them the response they wanted from our government, the right funding and projects for their needs. Our support to the Barangay Development Program is a living testament that genuinely listens to our people's needs and aspirations in life and actually cares for them. Mahalaga rin ang pagtutulungan ng mamamayan at ng lokal na pamahalaan sa pagtugon ng usapin ng iligal na droga, kriminalidad at insurensiya upang mapanatiling ang kapayapaan at seguridad ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Sa tulong at pakikilahok ng mamamayan, lalong lumakas ang ating mga local peace and order councils, ang anti-drug abuse councils na nagbigay daan sa mas mapayapa at ligtas na mga pamayanan. Hindi lamang bumaba ang bilang ng mga krimen at kaguluhan sa bansa. Naiwaksi din natin ang mga posibleng banta sa kapanatagan at kaunlaran ng ating bayan. Our efforts were felt and lauded by the people, and we are even recognized globally as we made it to the top 50 countries in Gallup's Feeling Safe survey to ensure transparency and accountability in government. The President directed all government agencies under the executive branch to ensure public access to information. As of today, 61,903 requests through the Freedom of Information portal have been responded to by concerned agencies, a manifestation of the government's commitment to operationalize the people's right to information. Our local governments are also being monitored on how they manage and utilize public funds. We are likewise working on the immediate passage of the Freedom of Information Bill to cover all the three branches of government to bring greater transparency on public transactions and documents. Kabilang sa prioridad ng DILG ay ang pagpapanagot sa mga lokal na opisyal na sangkot sa mga iligal na gawain. Korupsyon, paglabag o hindi pagtalima sa mga direktiba at polisiya ng pamahalaan. At sa pagtugon naman sa COVID-19 pandemic, ang mga bagay na ito ay nagawa natin sa pakikipagtulungan ng ating mga kababayan na nanatiling mapagbantay at mapagmatsyag upang maiwasan ang pag-aabuso sa kapangyarihan at masiguro na tapat at responsable ang bawat opisyal ng pamahalaan sa kanilang sinumpaang tungkulin. People clamored for better government service and a government that listens. Government responded by speeding up transactions and extending validity of certain government-issued documents. Under this administration, the validity of passports and the driver's license were extended from 3 or 5 years to 10 years. The government also pursued efforts to lessen the red tape through streamlining its processes for permits and licenses for new businesses, renewal of business and permits, and the construction of telecommunication towers. Ang ganitong serbisyo ay nakakapagdulot ng malaking ginhawa at tulong sa ating mga kababayan sa pag-usbong ng kaunlaran at bawat sulok ng ating bansa. Upang lalo pang mapabuti ang kalidad at maitaas ang antas ng serbisyo ng gobyerno, ipinatupad simula ngayong taon na ito ang ang tinatawag nating Mandanas-Garcia ruling ng Korte Suprema na siyang magbibigay ng karagdagang pondo sa ating mga pamahalang lokal upang makamit at magamit sa mga proyekto at serbisyong nakalaan sa ating mga kababayan. The issuance of Executive Number 138 paved the way for the operationalization of the said Supreme Court ruling, which required the national and local government to prepare their respective devolution transition plans to ensure that government services are felt and responsive to the needs of the people in the communities. Malaki ang paniniwala natin na ang inilatag nating pagpapahalaga at pagbibigay kapangyarihan at boses sa karaniwang mamamayan ay magbubunsod sa mas maayos at mabungang partnership sa pagitan ng mga pinunong lokal at mga tao na siya titiyak na maayos, mahusay na pamamahala at paghahatid ng serbisyo publiko to further enhance the standard of good governance and effective public service delivery. We continuously scaled up the Seal of Good Local Governance or SGLG, and to make it effective as possible in measuring the performance of our local government units. The enactment of the SGLG law in 2019 is a proof of government's responsiveness to the people's clamor for results-oriented and people-centered governance. Ilan lamang ang aking mga nabanggit sa mga inisyatibo at reformang tunay na masasabi nating legacy ni Pangulong Duterte. Subalit, mas magiging ramdam natin ang aking mga sinabi kung mismong ang ating mga mamamayan ang magsasabi kung ano ang naging pagbabago na idinulot ng participatory governance sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na buhay. Kaya mamaya ay aanyayahan natin si Ginoong June Palmares, ang punong barangay ng Batasan, San Jose Occidental, Mindoro, upang ibahagi sa atin ang karanasan at mga nakuhang benepisyo dulot ng ating mga programa. Alam kong marami pang hamon na darating sa ating bansa sa hinaharap. Ngunit malinaw ang natatanging solusyon ay ang ating patuloy na pagbubuklod upang palakasin ang ating pamamahala. Tiwala ako at ang aking mga kasamahan sa PGC na maipagpapatuloy natin ito tungo sa pagtataguyod ng maunlad at mapayapang Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. Sa panahon ni Pangulong Duterte, pinaigting natin ang pagsulong ng whole of nation approach, pagpapalawig ng people's participation o participatory governance sa lahat ng antas at aspeto ng pamamahala upang maging akma ang programa ng pamahalaan sa mga pangangailangan ng mga tao.
Naging parte kami. Ang unang project namin, yung sa electrification. Malaking bagay po para sa amin bilang taga-barangay Tungdol. Dahil po, kunyari may bagyo na dumarating, malaking tulong po yung liwanag na galing sa solar. Pangalawa, yung aming access road to Busay Falls kasi nilagyan na sila ng kalsada papuntang bundok. Kaya mas madali po ang pagbaba ng mga produkto.
Ang lahat ay may boses. Ang lahat ay pwede mag-participate para tiyakin na ang palisiya, ang serbisyo, ang pagsagot sa mga problema ay naaayon sa pangangailangan ng mga mamamayan.
Noon po na hindi pa ginawa to, tuwing umulan po, sobrang takot na po ako. Kasi yung bahay namin malapit po sa tubig. Tapos, siyempre, pag nagbabaha na, ang mga estudyante hindi na po makadaan dito. Kasi lampas na po ang tubig doon.
So dati talaga, konting ulang baha na dyan. Kaya yun ang pinasa namin para magawa niyang paraan yung back school ba yan. So ngayon nung kahit malakas ng ulan, hindi na bumaba doon. Sa water system po, kaya yung pinasa rin namin para makaiwas naman ang mga tao sa Mangog na magkaroon sila ng sakit sa system. Delikado naman talaga yung sakit na yun. So ngayon, magana na yung water system, doon na sila umiinom. Malaking tulong yan sa amin, lalo na sa kabarangay ko, mga taga-Guruyan.
At sa pamamagitan ng good and participatory governance, ay ilalapit namin ng gobyerno sa mga tao upang maramdaman ng mga Pilipino ang tunay na tapang at malasakit natin para sa kanila.
Malaking tulong po ito para sa amin dahil po, kumpara dati na wala pa yung project na yon, talagang kakaiba. Kumbaga, hindi progresibo yung aming barangay. So ngayon na nagkaroon kami ng project, mas maganda para sa amin.
Eh kung wala po talaga siya, ewan ko lang anong taon pa magagawa to. Kasi ilang taon po ako dito, walang taon po, ngayon lang nagawa. Yung Pangulong Duterte po, salamat po dahil kung hindi po siya naging presidente, hindi po nagawa to.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from our beneficiary, Mr. June Palmares from Occidental Mindoro.
Sa ating mahal na Pangulo, Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte, DILG Secretary Eduardo M. Año, sa lahat ng mga panauhin at mamamayang saksi sa okasyong ito, magandang umaga po. Sa salitang mangyan, perya payag marun marun. Ako po si Barangay Captain June Palmares mula sa Barangay Batasan, San Jose Occidental. Ang pangunahing hanap buhay sa aming lugar ay ang pagsasaka ng palay, mais, sibuyas, gulay at bawang. Napakaganda po ng NTF LCAC sa aming barangay. Kami po ang kinonsulta at nagpasya kung ano ang nararapat sa aming ikabubuti. At napagtuunan namin ng pansin ang pagpapalawig ng edukasyon sa ating mga katutubong mangyan upang lumalim ang kanilang pananaw na sila ang tanggap ng lipunan at kinakalinga ng ating pamahalaan. Sa ngayon, ay hindi sila basta-basta maaakit o malalansi ng may mga sasamang intensyon, maging ang mga damuong o mga hindi mangyan ay makikinabang din sa parehong paraan. Lubos ang aming pasasalamat sa 4 milyon pesos na inilaan sa edukasyon na tulungan ang mga mag-aaral at guro sa aming barangay na magkaroon ng isang classroom o 3 classroom building. Iisa lang po ang high school sa aming lugar na extension pa ng National High School sa malayong barangay Central. Dati-dati, classroom lang ang nagagamit ng mga barangay sa ikatlo. Sana magkaroon ng makeshift classroom lamang na donated pa ng PTA na nasira ng bagyong Ursula. Bago dumating ang proyekto ng LCAC, nakikigamit lang sa Batasan Elementary School ang ibang estudyante ng high school na karamihan ay katutubong mangyan. Malaking kaluwanan ang naitulong ng 4 million pesos LCAC project para maiwasan ang pagsisiksikan lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Ang nasimento pinailawang kalsada tungo sa paaralan ay nakatulong din sa mga mag-aaral sa kanila malayo ngunit matiwasay na paglalakbay. Mangyan at di mangyan, buong barangay ay nagkaroon ng pag-asa at paninindigan na ang mga kabataan ay mapanuto, malayo sa masasamang bisyo at impluensya, lalo't higit magkakaroon ng kasanayang magpagbabago ang kanilang kagandahan, maghanap buhay, tulong sa edukasyon. Sa mga proyekto ng LCAC, nabibigyan din ng ibang sektor ng barangay. Dati po, ang malaking abala sa aming residente ang masamang kalagayan ng aming kalsada, farm to market road. Lubak-lubak po, maalikabok sa tag-araw, binabaha at malalim ang putik, pagsapit ng tag-ulan. Hirap po ang mga magsasaka naming maglabas ng produkto, ganon din ang iba pang mamamayan na nangailangan ng tulong papunta sa bayan o sa ospital. Kaya taos-puso kaming nagpapasalamat sa pamahalaan at sa LCAC project na dumating, tinulungan kaming maayos, may pasimento ang malaking bahagi ng kalsada sa halagang 15 milyon pesos. Napakaganda po sa kanilang pagkagagawa at madaling may biyahe ang aming mga produkto papuntang kabayanan kahit naka-tricycle lang. Ganon din ang mga pasyente na papuntang ospital ay mabilis at komportable nang makakarating. Bukod pa riyan, nagliwanag ang aming barangay sa 150 solar street lights na may pondong 1 million pesos. Napayapa ang kalooban ng mga mamamayan pagkaalis ng mga panganib na nagtatago sa dilim, maging maliwalas at maliwanag na po ang aming barangay kahit na gabi. Kitang-kita ang kagandahan, kaayusan ng barangay. Dahil sa solar street light, madaling araw pa lang nakakatungo na sa bukid ang mga magsasaka. Muli, ang Barangay Batasan ay taus-pusong nagpapasalamat sa Pangulong Duterte, sa pamunuan ng DILG, sa mga namumuno sa LCAC project. Mas mahimbing na po kaming nakakatulog sa gabi, knowing totoong may malasakit ang gobyerno sa mga mamamayan. Sana po may pagpatuloy pa ang ganitong project sa mga susunod pang taon. Pagpalain nawa tayo lahat ng puong may kapal. Fadi po.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jun Palmares. And now we've heard from the legacies on participatory governance. Now, poverty alleviation and distribution of social services to Filipinos are programs where the national government consistently allocates a large sum of budget. Moving on to the legacies on human development and poverty reduction, let's call on the Department of Social Welfare and Development Secretary, Rolando Bautista.
My colleagues in the Cabinet, headed by Executive Secretary Salvador Meljaldea, members of the Diplomatic Corps, beneficiaries of various government programs and services, fellow civil servants, our media friends, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon to all. In the last State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, he said, and I quote, "We need to make every public servant responsive to the needs of the people and enjoin every Filipino to assert their right to demand malasakit from their leaders until everyone lives with dignity, well-fed, educated, healthy, secure, disciplined, and empowered to contribute to national development," unquote. As the chairperson of the Human Development and Poverty Reduction Cluster, or HDPRC, all 37 member agencies have upheld the President's directive that malasakit or compassion shall prevail and guide us in crafting policies and programs for the benefit of the Filipino people. The HDPRC was created for a specific purpose, which is to improve the quality of life of our kababayans through a broad-based and inclusive approach to public service delivery. In the 6 years of this administration, the government earnestly followed the 0 to 10-point socio-economic agenda as directed by President Duterte. Because of this, we celebrated the significant decrease in poverty incidence from 23.5% in 2015 down to 16.7% in 2018, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority Family Income and Expenditure Survey. Despite this notable success, the poverty incidence unfortunately rose up to 18% in 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is why the HDPRC worked doubly hard to reach out to the poor, vulnerable, and marginalized Filipinos, and intensified its programs and services through institutionalization of social development efforts, strengthening of convergence programs, and continuous development of high-impact initiatives to alleviate poverty and promote positive social change. This afternoon, let me share with you some of the stories of triumphs achieved by the HDPRC as the lead partner of Filipinos in achieving social development through its 4 major strategies, namely education as central strategy, advancing and protecting public health, enhancing social protection, and building capacities and creating opportunities. The Duterte administration believes that education is the ultimate key to the upward social mobility of Filipinos. Hence, the government invested in learning and development projects. We produced the first batch of K-12 program with 1.2 million graduates in school year 2017 to 2018. In addition, despite the challenges brought to our educational system by the COVID-19 pandemic, in school year 2020 to 2021, we achieved 80% of our enrollment target amidst the pandemic with 26.6 million enrollees under the alternative delivery mode. At the outcome level, graduates of the K-12 program gained better employment opportunities. Furthermore, under the free higher education program, we have supported more than 1.9 million students. Having these measures in place help stabilize our education system in the midst of adversity. National progress will not be complete without ensuring that our citizenry is healthy, especially mothers and their children. Early pregnancy, early marriages, and repeated pregnancies are being addressed. Around 225,000 adolescents, more than 15,000 adults, and 44,900 teachers and service providers benefited from the Adolescent Health and Development Program. Further, we reached 6.8 million couples and individuals to the Responsible Parenthood and Family Planning Program. With the issuance of Executive Order Number 141, the cluster formulated a comprehensive action plan to prevent adolescent pregnancies in the Philippines 2021 to 2024, outlining the monitoring and evaluation framework of cluster initiatives pursuant to this undertaking. We have also doubled our efforts in vaccination, administering 151 million COVID-19 vaccines. On the area of nutrition, through the Interagency Task Force on Zero Hunger, we were able to coordinate and harmonize programs from 15 agencies to address issues on malnutrition. As such, the supplementary feeding programs serve around 1.8 million children every year. With these efforts, we have ensured that our children and youth will grow up healthy individuals who will take active part in nation building. In order to reduce poverty and vulnerability, the following have been undertaken by this administration. The institutionalization of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program, or PORPIS, came into fruition with the passage of Republic Act Number 11310. This resulted to around 830,000 self-sufficient households who are ready to exit from the program. We have also facilitated 1.4 million children graduating from high school and 32,500 finishing college. Ang tulong panghanap buhay sa ating disadvantaged displaced workers or TUPAD provides emergency employment to 6.8 million beneficiaries, utilizing a total amount of 32.9 billion pesos. In adherence to the Bayanihan 1 and 2, the largest social amelioration program in the history of the country, mitigated the socio-economic effects brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Around 23 million families were supported with 195.4 billion pesos worth of assistance. These endeavors have guaranteed that no one will be left behind, especially those who have been hit by unemployment due to the unprecedented pandemic. For our last strategy, We invested in the backbone of the Philippine economy, which is agriculture. Thus, the Duterte administration opened up opportunities for our farmers and fisherfolk. Through the National Rice Program, we were able to distribute a total of 28.2 million kilos of hybrid seeds to 1.4 million rice farmers and 77 million kilos of inbred seeds to 1.2 million beneficiaries. Various loan facilities are also being implemented that aim to empower marginalized and small farmers and fisherfolk, and farmers and fisheries organizations as well. A total of 2.3 billion pesos worth of loans were released to around 66,000 borrowers. These are just some of the efforts diligently done by the HDPRC. While the administration's term ends on 30 of June, I am confident that the Duterte legacy shall live on to the millions of lives it has touched and transformed. As the Greek political thinker Pericles said, and I quote, "What you leave behind is not what you engrave in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others." Unquote. We thank the people and stakeholders who trusted and supported the President and his cabinet for extending all the help they can give to make the Philippines a better place to live in. Our whole of nation approach indeed has shown us what the true spirit of bayanihan can do for our country. Most of all, thank you, President Duterte, for giving us the opportunity to serve the Filipino nation by carrying out executive branch mandates. Your ardent love for the country is truly felt in your leadership. That is why, despite calamities, crises, and even the COVID-19 pandemic, we are inspired and passionate about fulfilling our duties no matter the hurdles that come our way. Mabuhay ang Team Duterte, mabuhay ang Republika ng Pilipinas.
Noong una, talagang mahirap lang kami. Pinasok ko lahat na trabaho, tulad ng welding, pagka-carpenter, pangingisda. Nagdadrive pa ako ng habal-habal. Ginawa kong lahat pang matustusan ko ang pangailangan ng aking pamilya.
Ang asawa ko ay walang regular na trabaho. Hanggang nakabuo kami ng 3 anak. Doon lalong naghirap. Kasi hindi na sapat ang kinikita ng aking asawa.
Nagugutom kami, wala kaming makain. Ang hirap, pag sa paaralan namin, kailangan namin ng baon, kailangan namin ng pambayad, walang-wala talaga.
Patuloy na binibigyang prioridad ng DSWD ang may taas ang antas ng kalagayan ng mahihirap. Kabilang dito ang Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program o For Peace, ang pangunahing programa ng kagawaran kontra kahirapan. May tuturing na isang mahalagang pamana ang programa. Dahil dito, laging may nakalaan na pondo ang programa, may pagtaas ng halaga ng tulong pampinasyal at mga nakalatag na pamantayan sa pagpapatupad ng For Peace.
Malaki talaga itong naitulong dahil mayroon na akong katuwang sa mga gastusin ko sa bahay. Yung anak ko may education grant na at may pangkalusugan grant. Mayroon pang rice subsidy at mayroon pang UCT sa bawat buwan ay 300.
Simula yung nasali ang Pamilyang Bini sa Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program at napili huwarang pamilya, malaki ang naitulong niya, lalo na sa mga kabarangay niya. Nakikita ng mga kapitbahay nila na hindi talaga sinayang yung lahat na natanggap nila sa For Peace.
Malaking pasasalamat namin na kami ang kaniyang nasilip dahil sa aming nagawa sa komunidad. Dahil dito malaki ang nabago sa aking pamumuhay.
Sobrang saya ko talaga. Kabuti pala talaga itong programang Purpose. Kaya maraming salamat, Pangulong Duterte. Ipagpatuloy niya ang nasimulan niyang legasya. Dahil napakaganda na programa. Maraming mga Pilipinong mahirap na mas makinabang pa dito.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Zamboanga del Sur, HDRPC beneficiary, Mr. Rolando Bines.
Sa lahat po ng bumubuo sa administrasyong ito, lalo na sa kagalang-galang na ama ng ating bayan, na kapwa ko, Tubong Mindanao. Ang ating pinakamamahal na Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte. At gayon din sa ating DSWD Secretary Rolando Joseleto Bautista. Sa inyong lahat, magandang araw po. Ako po si Rolando Apat Bines, ang ama ng huwarang pamilya na may 3 anak. Ang asawa ko po ay si Annalyn Labang Bines mula sa Barangay Tandubuay, Bayan ng San Pablo, Probinsya ng Zamboanga del Sur. Ako'y humaharap sa inyo upang ipabahagi ang kwento ng pag-asa mula nang ako'y matulungan ng ating pamahalaan sa pamamagitan ng Purpose. Ako po ay isang mangingisda. Ang aking asawa ay nag-aalaga at tagapangasiwa ng aming munting tahanan. Ang aking kinikita ay hindi sapat para tustusan ang pangangailangan ng aking pamilya. Kahit kapos, pinag-aral pa rin namin ang aming pamilya. Hindi naging madali mamumuhay. At maraming pagkakataon na kami ay kinukulang. Kailangan talagang dumiskarte para mabuhay. Kaya nagpalipat-lipat ang aking trabaho. Nagmamaniho ako ng habal-habal, nagkakalpentero, nagmamason, nagwi-welding, nag-electrician. Lahat ata na trabaho ay napasukan ko. Dahil sa sipag, tinatawag nila akong Jack of all trades. Sa totoo po niyan, ako ay nakagraduate ng BSMT Nautical. Dahil sa sariling sikap, nagprosigi akong makatapos ng pag-aaral para makatulong sa iba at makaahon. Subalit, hindi po ako pinalad dahil colorblind ako. Ngunit kahit colorblind, prosigido akong mabigyan na makulay at maliwanag na kinabukasan ang aking pamilya. Noong taong 2009, dumating sa amin ang napakalasking blessing ng aming pamilya. Napasali po kami sa listahan ng mga benepisyaryo ng Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program o Purpose. Dito nagsimulang nabago ang takbo ng aking buhay. Nagkaroon ako ng karagdagan na pangtustos para mapaaral ang aking mga anak. Ang pang-araw-araw na gastusin, nakatulong din ito sa pag-alaga at sa kalusugan ng aking pamilya. Ang programang Purpose ay napakalaking halaga sa aming mahihirap na pamilya. Noon, ang aming bahay ay gawa lang ng sawali. Ngayon, kahit hindi pa natatapos, ay kahit papano, naging konkreto na. Dahil ito ay gawa namin nung dumating ang tulong mula DSWD. Maluwag-luwag na kami sa mga gastusin sa aming bahay. Taong 2019, napili kami. Napili ang aming pamilya bilang huwaran pantawid sa aming barangay. Nanalo kami sa municipal, province, regional contest hanggang nakarating kami sa national level. Bilang haligi ng pamilya, ng tahanan, hindi lamang ito karangalan ng aking sarili, kung hindi, karangalan ito ng buong pamilyang Binis. Dahil sa libo-libong miyembro ng Porpes, kami ang napili. Kaya proud na proud kami dito. Hindi ko masukat ang sobrang saya ng aking pamilya. Bilang pasasalamat, ako'y nangakong tulungan din ang kapwa. Ako'y magpapabuti sa aming barangay. Tumutulong na hindi humihingi ng kapalit sapagkat gusto kong maging mabuting halimbawa o ehemplo para sa aking mga anak. Sa inyong lahat, ako'y magpapaabot ng taus-pusong pasalamat, lalong-lalo na sa ating mahal na Presidente, sa pagsasabatas sa Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. Saludo po ako sa inyong maayos na pamamahala. Hindi mo talaga kami binigo sa iyong pangako tungo sa maginhawa at panatag na buhay, Tatay Digong. Hiling kunawa na sa pamamagitan ng pagsasabatas nito, marami pang pamilya ang gaya namin na matulungan ng ating pamahalaan upang maiangat ang kanilang buhay, magkaroon ng kapanatagan at kalooban. Napakasaya pong gumising sa umaga na bawat umaga na may pag-asa. At ito ang pabaon ng ating administration Duterte. Napakagandang ligasiya ito. Bilib na bilib talaga ako sa iyo, Presidente. Ang Ginoo magauban kanunay kanimo ug daghan kaayong salamat, Presidente Rodrigo Rua Duterte, ang tatay ng bayan. Mabuhay po kayo!
Maraming salamat. Congratulations, Mr. Binis. Before anything else, we'd like to invite our friends and fellow partners of our agencies and media to please join the virtual presser that's to be hosted by our very own ASEC JV Arsena just after the program. And as we are we're inching closer to the conclusion of our day one of the Legacy Summit, once again, we'd like to remind our friends from the media and partner agencies to please join, same venue right here after the program, a virtual presser hosted by our ASEC JV Arsena. Also, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our National Security Advisor, Hermogenes Esperon. Please give a round of applause to our NSA, National Security Advisor rather, Hermogenes Esperon. All right, we have been affected by obviously the pandemic for almost 2 years. Livelihoods were shaken, lives were lost, many fought hard to survive, and Duterte administration has initiated for the majority of the Filipinos to be vaccinated against COVID-19. The government also provided social amelioration for those displaced by the pandemic. And the government continues its fight against the virus, and all of us must not let our guard down. On behalf of the National Task Force Chief Implementer and Vaccine SAR Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., let us now call on Presidential Advisor for COVID-19 Response, Secretary Vince Dizon.
Magandang hapon po. Good afternoon, everyone. Talk is cheap. Actions speak louder than words. Results speak for themselves. These three very famous quotes, I think, best describe the character of the Duterte administration led by no less than President Duterte and all of his cabinet members and officials under his administration. Alam niyo po, I was very fortunate to have worked with the economic team and the Build team for 5 years. And I can tell you that under the leadership of the President, under the leadership of Secretary Sani Dominguez, Secretary Art Tugade, former Secretary and now Senator-elect Mark Villar, and of course our dear Executive Secretary Bingbong Medialdea, no one exemplifies those three quotes than the economic team and the Build team. So please, let us give credit where credit is due. And these are men who exemplify the best of public service. Also, before I begin the presentation on behalf of Secretary Carlito Galvez, I think we need to also look back 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, at what struck not only the Philippines, but the entire world. A once-in-a-generation pandemic that brought even the richest and most powerful nations to their knees. The Philippines suffered for 2 years together with the entire world. But I dare say, if not for the bold, decisive, and swift action of the President and the likes of Secretary Carlito Galvez, Secretary Ed Año, Secretary Del Lorenzana, and Secretary Francisco Duque, we would not be here where we are today. The first thing the President did when COVID-19 struck was he made a very bold and swift call to action. He called for an unprecedented whole-of-nation approach. He acknowledged, as the kind of leader that he is, who always wears his heart on his sleeve, he said, government cannot do this alone. Hindi po natin kaya ito. Mabigat. Mabigat ang pandemya, mabigat ang hinaharap natin. Para kayanin natin ito at para maibsan natin ang hirap ng ating mga kababayan, kailangan natin ang tulong ng lahat. And that unprecedented whole-of-nation approach, that call of the President, signaled an unprecedented cooperation between the government, the national government, the local government units, the private sector, and all our partner countries throughout the world. And today, on behalf of the national government, on behalf of the entire country, we want to thank, first of all, our partner countries, the United States of America, the governments of Japan, China, the governments of Europe, Australia, and ASEAN for all your help. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much. We also want to thank the private sector, who, in an unprecedented public-private partnership, in the true spirit of us coming together as one country, really helped the national government bring us to where we are today. Kaya po, mga kababayan, I just want to make a very brief report on behalf of Secretary Galvez and the entire National Task Force of where we are now. Where we are now is a far cry from where we were 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we knew very little on how to handle the pandemic. Like the entire world, we were brought to our knees. Our people got sick. Some, unfortunately, have passed away. Many of our countrymen and women have lost their jobs. Many of our small-scale and medium enterprises have closed down. But because of us working together, we have managed to overcome, and now we are on our way to a full recovery. We always balanced health and the economy. Despite the many arguments, despite the difficulties that we faced in creating this very delicate balance, we have succeeded and we have prevailed. And to top that off, we could not have done it without the efforts of Secretary Galvez in really pushing our vaccination efforts. Alam niyo po, yung pagbabakuna natin, and today we are happy to report, lumampas na po tayo ng 70 million Filipinos fully vaccinated. Marami pong nagsabi na hindi natin maaabot yan. Naaalala ko pa po, Secretary Charlie, marami pong nagsabi, baka hindi tayo umabot ng 50 million pag natapos ang termino ni Pangulong Duterte. Ngayon po, happy kami na mag-report na may isang buwan pa po, lumampas na tayo ng 70 million. Our strategy was always based on science. Prevent, detect, isolate, treat, and reintegrate. That was our battle cry from the very beginning. Hindi po nagbago yan. And knowing that Secretary Galvez, myself, Secretary Anyo, Secretary Lorenzana, we're not doctors, we're not scientists, we always relied on the science. Never po tayong lumihis sa mga rekomendasyon ng ating mga scientists, ng ating mga doktor. At dahil po dyan, nandito na po tayo ngayon. Tuloy-tuloy po tayong nagsasabi na ang pinakamainam at pinaka-epektibong proteksyon laban sa COVID-19 ay ang prevention. Ito po. Kaya po kahit na maraming mga bansa ang nagsabi na tanggalin na natin ang mask, sabi po ni Pangulong Duterte, hindi. Kailangan tuloy-tuloy pa rin po ang pagmamask dahil tuloy-tuloy pa rin po nandito ang COVID-19 at ito po almost 90% ang nagiging proteksyon na binibigay ng mask laban sa COVID-19. Ang detection po, alam niyo po, kami po ni Secretary Galvez at ni Secretary Duque noong February, nung nag-uumpisa pa lang ang COVID, hirap na hirap po tayo. Siguro nakalimutan na natin. Pero noong February of 2020, we only had one laboratory. Isa lang po. I still remember the days when we had to send our COVID specimens to Australia to get tested. And it would take us 2 weeks to 1 month to get the results. But today, because of the efforts of the DOH, together with the private sector and other government agencies and local government units, from one lab in February, we now have more than 300 labs today, all servicing the entire country, and our tests from a meager 100 tests per day. Ngayon po ay nakakapag-test tayo ng 100,000 per day. Previous slide, please. Sa isolation naman po, alam niyo po, hirap na hirap po kami ni Secretary Villar. Tinawagan po kami ni Secretary Galvez. Sabi po niya, kailangan natin ng isolation facilities dahil grabe na ang hawaan sa mga communities. Wala po tayong ganon. We did not have one single treatment and isolation facility. But because of the efforts of the DPWH, other agencies of government, and the private sector, we built facilities that accommodated close to 80,000 beds throughout the country in a matter of months. Napakalaking bagay po niyan at yan po ang isa sa mga. Dito po si Yusek Emil Sidain, siya po ang inassign ni Secretary Villar nung panahong yon. At makikita nyo po from stadiums to basketball courts to classrooms to tents, even here in the PICC. Nakagawa po tayo in a matter of months ng 80,000 beds. Next slide, please. Treatment facilities po. Unprecedented po. Dito po sa PICC, we set up the One COVID Referral Center, which used to be called the One Hospital Command. Dito po, tumatawag ang ating mga kababayan nung kasagsagan ng Delta surge, nung kasagsagan ng Omicron surge, Tumawag po ang mga kababayan natin dito para makahanap ng mga ospital, para po makahanap ng mga isolation facility. Nagtayo po tayo ng state-of-the-art facility nung una sa MMDA at linipat po natin dito sa PICC. More than 200,000 telemedicine transactions, consultations were done right here by hundreds of our agents who volunteered from various agencies of government and the private sector. Another slide, sorry. And finally, because of the efforts of our economic team led by Secretary Dominguez, Secretary Carl Chua, and other agencies of government, because of our decisive, swift, and bold action over the course of the last 2 years, we were able to slowly but surely reintegrate our people back into the new normal after years of dealing with the pandemic. At dahil po dyan, nanumbalik ang trabaho, nanumbalik ang negosyo, nanumbalik ang transportasyon, nanumbalik po ang pamumuhay ng ating mga kababayan. At dahil po dyan, sabi nga ni Secretary Dominguez, 8.3% po ang paglago ng ating ekonomiya pagkatapos ng ilang quarter na bumagal ang paglago ng ating ekonomiya. We would not have been able to do this if not for the private sector cooperation as well. In an unprecedented public-private partnership through the Test, Trace, and Treat Coalition, we were able to work with our private sector partners to build labs, to build isolation facilities, to use pharmacies as vaccination areas. Alam niyo po, nakakatuwa. Sa Pilipinas lang po, nagkaroon ng bakunahan sa Jollibee at sa McDo. Sa Pilipinas lang po. Sa atin lang po nangyari yon. Nagkaroon ng bakunahan sa Jollibee, sa McDonald's, sa mga pharmacies, sa mga clinics ng doktor. At hindi po natin magagawa yan without the help of the private sector. Kaya maraming salamat po sa kanilang lahat. And finally, the vaccination program. The vaccination program met a lot of criticism in the beginning. Secretary Galvez, Secretary Duque had to endure months of criticism. Mabagal daw po ang pag-procure ng bakuna. Hindi daw po ready ang ating rollout. Pero po, to date, more than 200 million doses of life-saving vaccines have arrived in the country thanks to the efforts of Secretary Galvez and his team. 200 million doses po ang dumating na sa ating bansa. At more than 150 million na po ang nabakuna natin sa ating mga kababayan. To date po, 70 million na po ang fully vaccinated. Pero, gaya po ng sinasabi ng ating mahal na Pangulo, hindi pa po tapos ang ating laban. Marami pa po ang hindi bakunado, marami pa po ang hindi boosted, kaya ang aming paulit-ulit na panawagan sa ating mga kababayan, sa mga hindi pa po nagpapabakuna, magpabakuna na po tayo. Sa mga hindi pa po nabuboost, magpaboost na po tayo dahil po ang COVID-19 ay nandyan pa rin. Okay, please. Alam niyo po, marami pong nagsabi na hindi po kaya natin ng Pilipinas na mag-roll out. But again, because of the whole of nation approach called by our President and by the heroic efforts of everybody, especially our healthcare workers, our LGUs, our agencies, and the private sector. Nung pong National Vaccination Days natin noong November, ang Pilipinas po ang pang-apat sa buong mundo na pinakamarami ang naiturok sa loob ng isang araw. Umabot po tayo sa loob ng isang araw, 2.8 million doses ang naiturok natin noong November. Pang-apat po yan sa buong mundo. Pang-apat po sa buong mundo. At ngayon po, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po tayong nagbabakuna. Pero hindi pa po tapos ang laban. At kami po ay may tiwala na itutuloy po ng susunod na administrasyon ang lahat ng ating mga ginawa at lalo pa pong paiigtingin ang ating COVID response. Dahil nandyan pa po ang COVID. Alam niyo po, may nababasa po ako, natawa po ako sa mga ibang nababasa ko sa media. Meron po nagsasabi, tumataas na naman ang COVID cases. 200 na per day. Tumaas from 170. Alam niyo po ba kung ilan ang COVID cases sa Amerika ngayon? 150,000 po sa isang araw. Ang Pilipinas, 200 ang cases ngayon. Kaya siguro po, dapat po talaga ay paigtingin pa natin lalo ang ating COVID response at para tuloy-tuloy na po ang talagang paggising natin dito sa napakahabang bangungot ng COVID-19 at tuloy-tuloy na rin po ang ating pag-unlad. Ang pag-unlad ng ekonomiya, ang pagbalik ng trabaho at pagbalik ng kabuhayan ng ating mga kababayan. Finally po, sabi nga po ng ating mahal na Pangulo, we must ensure that no one is left behind as we recover. Yan po ang paulit-ulit na sinasabi ng ating mahal na Pangulo at yan po ang ginawa ng ating mga kawani ng gobyerno, ng ating mga LGU, kasama ng pribadong sektor at kasama ng ating partner dahil po nanawagan ng ating Pangulo nung umpisa pa lang. Sinabi niya, unlike any leader that came before him, sinabi po ng ating Pangulo, hindi natin kaya to na tayo lang. Kailangan nating magtulungan, kailangan nating magsama-sama. In the true spirit of bayanihan, yun po ang ating ginawa. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon.
Yung sister ko, nagkaroon siya ng mild na upper respiratory symptom. Then by March 12, yung mom ko and pati ang dad ko, nagkaroon sila ng mild na ubosipon. Ang ginawa ko, tumawag ako sa office kasi part kami ng One Hospital Command Center. Na-testing sila. Doon na lumabas na positive lahat sila sa bahay. 3 yung namatay sa akin. So para kung pinagbagsakan ng langit at lupa.
Kamakailan po ay binuksan na ang pinakamalaking isolation facility sa bansa na matatagpuan sa bagong layong Pilipino sa Parañaque.
Ituloy ang hakbang ng pamahalaan at test, trace, and treat kontra COVID.
Sinimulan na ng Department of Social Welfare and Development ang pamamahagi ng second tranche ng Social Amelioration Program.
Sa Lunes na isasagawa ang COVID-19 vaccination rollout ng pamahalaan.
I said it before and I will say it again. COVID-19 vaccines should be treated as a global public good and made available to all, rich and poor alike. No nation, no people should be left to suffer the ravages of this pandemic for whatever reason.
So sabi ko sa mga kamag-anak ko noon, o ayan, nagsisimula ng magbaba sa community. Huwag nyo nang intayin magkaroon pa ng COVID sa inyo kasi kumbaga naranasan na namin.
Ang nakita natin sa fast tracking ng vaccination, ang gusto natin is yung whole of nation, whole of government approach. Unang-una, naging steady na yung supply natin, more than enough para sa ating herd immunity target. Ang next achievement natin is sunod-sunod na 1 million plus ang ating job per day. Talagang kung titingnan natin, parang madali na i-deploy mo yung vaccine sa mga different areas. Pero considering that we have more than how many islands na talagang separated by waters, talaga yung isang yung challenge yun. Third na achievement natin is napababa natin yung mga kaso. Nakikita natin ito isang magandang ng ating mga presidente na hindi tayo pinabayaan. Nakita natin yung ating negotiation. I have bare proof because of the good relations that we have from China, from Russia, and also from US.
Nakikita ko na meron tayong plano para sa mga, sabihin natin sa response. Gagawin ko lahat para makatulong sa ibang tao. Say ko sa munting bagay na gano'n, yung sa pagkukonsulta ko, say ko gagawin ko para sa kanila. Pagbibigay pugay sa mga mahal ko sa buhay na namatay. Walang country na preparado para harapin yung pandemya. Kahit mali tayong country, mahirap pa tayo, natutugunan natin yung pangangailangan natin na kailangan tugunan para sa pandemya. Yun lang, kumbaga, dapat masayan tayo, maging proud na tayo.
Let us now give the floor for COVID-19 response beneficiary, Dr. Ellen Mutia.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Para po sa ating kagalang-galang na Pangulo, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, sa ating distinguished guest po, sa lahat po ng naririto sa Legacy Summit. Ako po si Ellen Mutia, isang doktor at namumuno po sa Health Emergency Management Unit ng Department of Health, Metro Manila, Center for Health Development. Ako po ay isang anak at kapatid. Ako po ay natutuwa dahil nabigyan po ako ng pagkakataon na mailahad po yung nangyari sa pamilya namin upang makahikayat po ng ibang tao para po tapos na po natin ang ating kinakaharap na pandemya. Noong nakaraang taon po, March 2021, ang buong pamilya ko po ay nagkaroon ng COVID. Lahat po sila nagkaroon po ng mga komplikasyon, 3 po ang namatay. Una po dito ang aking ama noong March 16, sinundan po ng aking ina noong March 19 at nung huli po ang aking kapatid po na nag-iisang lalaki noong March 23. Ako po ay nagkaroon din ng COVID at na-admit sa ospital. Umabot po ng 2 buwan bago po ako nakabalik sa trabaho kahit po hingal na hingal po ako at nanghihina po gawa ng COVID. Marami pong serbisyo na ginawa po ang gobyerno at nailahad na po yun kanina. Pagpahintulot niyo po, nabanggitin ko pa ang mga ibang serbisyo na hindi nasabi. Ang gobyerno po natin ay nagkaroon ng emergency hiring upang magpadala po ng mga medical personnel sa lahat ng parte ng bansa, sa lahat ng region po, upang madagdagan po ang mga nagjo-duty sa ospital at mga facilities. Nagbigay po ng PPE, mask, alcohol at iba pong pangangailangan. Nagkaroon din po ng COVID compensation para sa mga trabahante po na nagkaroon po ng COVID, yung mga ating healthcare frontline workers po. Tapos po, meron din po tayong malasakit center sa lahat ng ospital po. Ito po yung malaking tulong sa amin sapagkat 5 po kami na na-ospital noon at wala po kaming binayaran, gawa po ng no balance billing. At higit sa lahat po, ang pagbibigay po ng libreng bakuna. Gaya po ng sinasabi ng ating Health Secretary, Francisco Duque III po, ang bakuna ay ligtas, epektibo, libre at nilalaan po para sa lahat. Kung ang aking magulang po ay mabot sa pagbabakuna, malamang po buhay pa po sila hanggang ngayon. Bilang pagpapatunay po sa kahalagahan ng bakuna, meron po akong kaibigan, 13 po sila sa kanilang pamilya, at lahat po ay nakasurvive sa COVID dahil po sila po ay nabakunahan. Marami po ngayon mga healthcare workers ang hindi na po nagkakaroon ng sakit ng COVID, gawa ng nakumpleto po nila ang kanilang bakuna at nabigyan din po sila ng booster. Ako po at ang mga kapatid ko at ang aming mga pamilya po ay nagpabakuna po sa COVID dahil alam po namin na ang pagbabakuna sa COVID ang tanging paraan po para matapos po ang ating pandemya. Kaya malaki po ang aking pasasalamat sa ating Pangulo at sa Administrasyong Duterte, sa National Task Force at sa lahat po ng frontline workers sa pagtulong po nila sa pagbabakuna po. Hindi po sapat ang pasasalamat lang po dahil sa serbisyong inyong patuloy na ibinibigay po. To lose is to gain at nawala po ang aking pamilya, ngunit pinagtibay po nito ang aking dedikasyon po para tumulong po at patuloy ko pong ilalahad ang nangyari sa pamilya ko upang makapagkumbinsi po na magpabakuna po ang ibang tao at magpa-booster din po dahil dagdag na protection po ang booster. Alam po natin na dumarating ng time na bumababa po yung immunity binibigay at kailangan po ang booster para masiguro po natin na mahihinto po natin ang pandemya dahil as a nation, we heal as one. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ellen. Your resiliency is such an inspiration, and kudos to all the hardworking men and women of the national government who, up until now, are tirelessly working to stir our way out of this pandemic. You know, JC, hearing the report of Secretary Vince Dizon towards the end of today really sort of wraps up the achievements of this government. We heard about the infrastructure and the soft programs, but I think the COVID response, as he said, is the reason why we're still here. So thank you so much to the cabinet secretaries and to the Duterte administration for this.
Truly something that we should all be proud of and really thankful of. And apart from Secretary Dizon's highlights on our COVID accomplishments, a lot of exciting new things, a lot of exciting output reported as of day one of our Legacy Summit. And you, Daphne, you and I, we were sitting at the back, and each and every report was as stellar as it is rightful to be reported right here today.
Just the subway alone is something that we are really looking forward to, Secretary Tugade. Thank you.
We'd like to thank everybody. We're almost at the home stretch of day one of our Legacy Summit. We'd like to remind our friends from the media and our partner agencies to please stick around. Right here at the same venue, we will have a video presser facilitated by none other than our ASEC JV Arsena. And Daphne, I think it is really worth to note that we could, thank each and every department, each and every secretary that has reported the good news for day one of our Legacy Summit. But of course, we'd like to thank first and foremost Secretary Martin Andanar, our head of PCOO, Secretary Acting Presidential Spokesperson. Maraming salamat, Secretary Andanar.
Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, sir.
Maraming salamat, Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, our Secretary for Department of National Defense, Secretary Delfin Lorenzana. Thank you.
Infrastructure and Development Under Secretary of DPWH.
There you are. It's our Infrastructure Development, of course, on behalf of Secretary Roger Mercado, our Undersecretary Emil Sadain for DPWH, as well as our Department of Transportation Secretary Arthur Tugade. And then, of course,
Economic Development Secretary Carlos Dominguez III, Department of Finance.
Yes, and our Acting Secretary Jim Sampulna for the Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation and Disaster Risk Reduction, as well as
DILG Secretary Eduardo Año and DSWD Secretary Rolando Bautista.
And of course, for COVID-19 response, our Presidential Advisor for COVID-19 response, Secretary Vince Dizon. Congratulations. Let's give a big round of applause to our first batch of good news reports, our stellar cast of our secretaries, each and every department, giving us the good news for the day one of Duterte Legacy Summit. And we were also joined again by a lot of our special guests, our luminaries, Her Excellency Ambassador Joharia Wahab of the Brunei Embassy, Mr. Kahirul Hazwan Noor, Deputy Chief of Mission of the Brunei Embassy, His Excellency Ambassador Songkhan Wang Muninthon of the Laos Embassy, His Excellency Ambassador Agus Widjoho of the Indonesian Embassy, Mr. R. Kusuma Pradopo, Minister Counselor of the Indonesian Embassy, Her Excellency Ambassador Betty Palazzo of Papua New Guinea Embassy, His Excellency Ambassador Huang Hoi Chung of the Vietnamese Embassy, and His Excellency Ambassador Ilan Fuss of the Israeli Embassy.
We also have with us the Chargé d'Affaires of the U.S., Ms. Heather Variava, the U.S. Embassy Political Section Representative Ms. Marjorie Gadi, His Excellency Ambassador Koshikawa Kazuhiko of the Japanese Embassy, Ms. Masahiro Nakata, the Minister for Economic Affairs of the Japanese Embassy, His Excellency Ambassador Songkane.
As mentioned, Ambassador Songkane, of course, from the Laos Embassy, and we have our political officer, Canadian Embassy, Mr. Peter Wright, His Excellency Ambassador Peter Kell, for our ambassador from New Zealand Embassy, and as well as Mr. Tim Given, the Deputy Chief of Mission for the New Zealand Embassy. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier, I think we have a special live treat for all of you. You heard this when the video was playing, but we're talking about this, and it's the common theme. It is Tatak Duterte. And then, of course, Our Cabinet Secretary, Melvin Matibag, is right here present for all of us, and just to wish everybody congratulations, as well as officially close our day one before we present to you our feature band playing Tatak Duterte for today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our Cabinet Secretary, Melvin Matibag.
My colleagues in the cabinet, led by Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our friends from media, and of course, fellow government workers and other partners and stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. We prepared a long speech, but we heard so much from the 6th cabinet cluster, and I think they've already said enough what is a Duterte legacy. Ano po ba ang pamana sa atin ng Duterte administration? We heard testimonies from the people who benefited from the projects and policies that was implemented by our government. And maraming salamat po, Pangulong Duterte, for doing and fulfilling your promises. Tama po yung sinabi kanina Sec. Vince Dizon na action speaks louder than words. And I think considering that we have a pandemic, our economic team have done very good job. The Build project was there. The vaccination, we are being criticized when we started the rollout of the vaccination, but we proved that we have done everything right for our country. And to end this speech, I want to share the latest numbers of the President. 73% approval rating, 8% disapproval, 0 approval rating in Northern Luzon, in Eastern Visayas, and in Mindanao. Siguro ito po yung patunay ng Duterte legacy should live in forever, and let's make sure, and we will make sure that the transition of this government, na yung mga pamana at ang legacy ng Pangulong Duterte ay may pagpatuloy at maprotektahan. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo, and we are hoping to see all of you tomorrow. Magandang hapon po.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Melvin Matibag. A home stretch, that about wraps up our day one, of course, of the legacy, Duterte Legacy Summit. We wish you all well. We'd like to encourage everyone to please stay, especially our friends from the media, our partner agencies. The virtual presser is coming up next. And now, as we close the day one program, we leave you with Joshua Bondoc and his band performing Tatak Duterte. Have a good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Maraming salamat, Pangulong Duterte. Maraming salamat sa mga nag-attend. Ito na ang closing song namin para sa inyo, ang Tatak Duterte.
Ikutin mo ang Pilipinas. Tingnan mo ang mga binago niya. Basta Tatak Duterte, ikaw ang panalo. Basta Tatak Duterte, ikaw ang panalo.
Parang kayo lang ang bilis ng panahon. 6 na taon, tila isang pitik. Hapon yung nga lang, iba na ngayon. Gumising ka na sa makabagong panahon. Umangat na ang buhay, pangarap mo ay nagkakulay. Noon imposible, ngayon libre. Tuition, irigasyon, pangkalusugan. Libre yan, basta inataynigo. Sino mag-aakala? Drogas, krimen ay mababa. Buhay mo, inuuna niya. Tayak, ligtas at manatag ka pa.
Mo Pilipinas, tignan mo mga binago niya. Ibandera, mga pagbabago. Yan ang pamana ng Pangulo. Ikaw ang panalo. Duterte, ikaw ang panalo.
Ang dating pangarap, nagkatotoo. Hindi na pa ako ang iyong pangako. Lumiit ang buwis ni nanay at tatay. Umahon pa ang aming buhay. Matapang at tatak kamao. Ilan pa ng mga tiwalit sindikat. Mapayapa na sa Mindanao. Malinis na ang Islang Boracay. May malasakit sa mga may sakit. Doble sahod na sundalang pulis. Baho bakuna ang sagot niya. Kapang tayo, wag inuuna niya, kaya ligtas at manatag ka pa. Tara, ikutin mo Pilipinas. Tingnan mo binago niya ibandera, mga pagbabago. Yan ang pamana ng Pangulo, basta't tatak Duterte. Ikaw ang panalo, basta't tatak Duterte. Ikaw ang panalo. Parang kailan lang nakikita mo nagtag ka ng mga proyekto, kasada, tulay, airport at puerto. Yan ang pamana ng pagbabago. Galing at malasakit sa mga Pilipino. Puso mo ay para sa OFW, natulong sa may hirap, inuuna mo para sa bayan. Di ka sumusuko, sino mag-aakala? Droga at krimen ay bababa. Buhay mo, inuuna niya, tiyak, ligtas at manatag ka pa. Tara, ikutin mo Pilipinas. Tingnan mo binago niya ibandera, mga pagbabago. Yan ang pamana ng Pangulo. Salamat, Pangulo Duterte. Sa pamana ng pagbabago, ikaw ang tunay na panalo. Bagong-bago para lang sa'yo. Bagong-bago para sa Pilipino. 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 Pilipinas. Tingnan mo binago niya ibandera, mga pagbabago. Yan ang pamana ng Pangulo, basta't tatak Duterte. Ikaw ay panalo, basta't tatak Duterte. Ikaw ang panalo. Maraming salamat, Pangulo Duterte, para sa mga iniwan mo para sa mga taong bayan. Ikaw po talaga ang tatay. Hello. Maraming salamat.
Good afternoon. May we request all the guests who will be attending the virtual